Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. ODM and UDA have agreed to work together in the 2027 general election, with ODM backing President William Ruto for a second and final term. President Ruto says the partnership will focus on completing government projects, continuing reforms, and presenting Kenyans with a joint plan for the country's future. Ruto said the two parties had also agreed to establish a joint team to develop a common manifesto ahead of the August 2027 election.
As a partnership in the national interest must now be given a clear political framework for the future. After consultations within our respective parties and formations, the Kenya Kwanza and the Orange Democratic Movement have today formally resolved to develop a joint manifesto for the next election and constitute a coalition to contest the 2027 general election together.
Meanwhile, ODM leader Oburu Oginga has emphasized the party's impact within the Ruto-led government, saying its participation has added value to the administration. Speaking in Naivasha on Monday, Oburu dismissed claims that ODM had been swallowed by the ruling UDA party, saying instead that the partnership had strengthened ODM.
And President Ruto has also welcomed ODM with two hands, because he knows that ODM not only brings numbers, but it brings quality. As we move on forward, those who thought that ODM was going to be swallowed, I tell them, oh, ODM is not going to be swallowed.
Opposition leaders led by Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka were in Kitui County on Monday, where they reiterated their commitment to working together to dislodge President William Ruto from power in next year's general election. In Kitui, Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna also continued with the same political message, drumming up support for the Linda Mwananchi movement.
Kenya needs a government that remembers his word and keeps it. This is the spirit behind our 13-point agenda, the people's budget, a covenant, not a slogan.
Kama tumetembea miaka 4 pamoja, hii miezi 11 imebaki ndio tutagawanyika. We want to assure you we are determined and we are focused to complete this journey together.
At least 132 people have been killed after a powerful earthquake struck Colombia, prompting the government to declare a state of emergency. The magnitude 7.4 quake struck at 7:34 a.m. local time in Choco province at a depth of about 103 kilometers. The earthquake was felt hundreds of kilometers across western Colombia, with widespread damage reported. Most of the deaths have been recorded in Pereira, in the country's coffee-growing region, while surrounding areas and the Val del Cauca region have also been badly affected. Rescue teams are searching collapsed buildings for survivors, with fears that the death toll could rise further. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. How are you doing? Indeed, it is Radio Generations, the People's Breakfast, at exactly 5.5 minutes past 6 o'clock. My name is Bungala Mbuvi. Uko namna gani? Sasa, I was just going through the interwebs to see what is making headlines, what is germane, what is being celebrated today. Of course, kama kawaida, I've come through a couple of stuff that I'd like to share with you. And as I do that, I'll ask you to also join us and find us on all our social media spaces. That is at Radio Gen KE across all of them. And on YouTube, it's Radio Generation Kenya, and Facebook as well. For example, today in history, by the way, it's 11th of August, 2026. But in history, in 1934, the federal penitentiary on Alcatraz Island in San Francisco Bay welcomed its very first group of civilian prisoners. Now, in case you don't know about Alcatraz Island, it hosted the famous Alcatraz prison. Yeah, that thing that they call the federal penitentiary. And in many words, it's a prison where people go when they have committed wrong. Yeah, so your sins, you pay for them here and here if you're caught by the laws of man. But ile ingine ya mbinguni, si mnajua tu mali mtapatana na God. Yeah, but in 1934, that place opened up to its first civilian group prisoners. And it was on a day like today, a chilly one, if you may ask me. That place, by the way, is very cold. One thing I know about Alcatraz Island is, number one, the reason why it was chosen is because it's an island, so escaping is bloody hard. And if you do happen to get out, if you do happen to, first of all, cross all the security checks, you finally get into the ocean, man, that thing will just kill you. Because number one, it's deep, it's got I think it has sharks, and it's a very, 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 very cold place, so you wouldn't swim far, because you have got to swim to freedom. Hii ile unatoroka, then unasimamisha gari, then you get to safety, and then you hijack maybe a few vehicles, and then you this one you will have to swim to freedom, and it's a few kilometers from the island to the mainland. So once you get there, there's another problem, because first of all, you won't even get there. But if you get there, you will literally be immobilized, and you can't do it during the day because the guards there walikuanga macho tena sana. If you want to know more about this place, of course, there's a usual, you can Google. But there's a movie. It's called Escape from Alcatraz. It has rather some depictions. Of course, it's fiction, but you will get to see. And one of the characters in that movie is actually a guy called Clint Eastwood, an amazing American actor. He's right now, I don't know how many years old. I think he's beyond 90. I'll check that out. But ni jamaa amekula chumvi properly. Yeah, but yeah, there you have it about Alcatraz. In 1934 walifungua na wakasema kila mtu ambaye anataka kufanya makosa fanya. Tutapatana pale hivyo. Something else that happened in 2003, NATO took command of the International Peacekeeping Force in Afghanistan, marking its first major operation outside of Europe. Again, NATO took command of the International Peacekeeping Force in Afghanistan, marking its first major cooperation outside of Europe. Yeah, kuna watu wanajitanga international police, mara NATO, mara US, mara UK. Watu wanakuanga na drama kama findio. But it is what it is. It is what it is. So they did this in 2003. City Muga. Habari ya asubuhi.
Salama kabisa.
Leo umekuja document career ya black.
Yes.
Zile zingine zinakuanga different colors, alafu hata material na fabric rather inakuanga tofauti. Leo umetuamulia utakuwa mtu wa leather, like a cowboy.
Zile na laundry.
So umeamua utakuwa cowboy until further notice.
Kwa hiyo cowboy ni yako.
No, cowboys ndio wanavaanga hizi vitu za leather. Okay, fine. Biker. Umekuwa mtu wa down. Umekuwa mtu wa ndudhi.
A biker is not bad. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, your lordship.
Huyu jamaa amepata assistant mpya. Nelson, habari yako? Umeingia studio before? Ukitafuta nini? Sisi unaonanga tukikuja huko kwa news.
Stop harassing the
His Lordship Nelson. All right. So, United Nations, let's see, international days and weeks. Today, like I said, 11th. It is World Steel Pan Day. What is a steel? Oh, okay. Steel pan. Inaka kama zile drums. Anyway, let me read about it. The steel pan, also known as a pan, steel drum. Umerudi huko kwetu tena? Leo tunakita kambi huko kwenu. So the steel pan, also known as a pan, steel drum, and sometimes collectively with other musicians as a steel band or a steel orchestra, is a musical instrument originating in Trinidad and Tobago. It is played using a pair of straight sticks tipped with rubber. The size and type of rubber tip varies according to the class of pan being played. Oh, okay. Some musicians use 4 pan sticks, holding 2 in each hand, and this grew out of Trinidad and Tobago's early 20th century carnival percussion groups. So anyway, ni zile drums unaonanga zikipigwa na mabandi zinakuanga za chuma. That is what a steel pan is. So why is it so important? Why are we like, what is so significant about it? They're saying steel pan and sustainable development.
It's unique, man. Yes. So prior to reading this, did you know what it is?
No, I didn't.
Well, neither did I.
I used to see it, but it never really hit me because
Yes.
it
It didn't register, did it?
No, it didn't.
Precisely.
They're saying cultural diversity and the pursuit of cultural development by all peoples and nations are a source of mutual enrichment. So do they have a day for the Nyatiti?
It falls under there. Read what it is. Cultural blah blah blah, instruments blah blah blah, nationwide blah blah blah.
They're saying that acknowledging that the steel pan promotes inclusive societies, sustainable communities, and the creative economy, and can have a positive impact on mental health and well-being, gender equality, and youth empowerment.
Manze wamestretch you.
Manze ndio nasema manze tumeshafika kwa gender equality.
Wamestretch you kitu kweli.
Na tukichapa ma drums tu.
At this rate, I'm going to tell you, in fact, it can extend to Olduvai Gorge, which is considered the cradle of mankind.
And that it has been known to extend life.
Yes.
World Steel Pan Day. Alright, City. Tupatie methali yetu. Nikumbusha tuko kwa which country tena? Tunisia.
Yes.
Tuko kule Tunis.
Because sisi iko Tunis.
Huko ndio kunaitwa Carthage ama Carthage ni kwingine?
No.
Libya nilikuwa Carthage. Ni Tunisia.
It was Tunisia.
Tunisia. Right.
And you're gonna Atlas Mountains.
Oh.
Yes. So when you think of Carthage, you think of Hannibal.
Yes.
Nakumbuka Hannibal.
Nakumbuka Hannibal.
Yes, gave the Romans a hard time.
Si hao kuko ndio pia walikuwa wanaenda kufanya hizo ma gladiator fights wanachapana watu mbaya.
But the thing is, that was the period when the Romans took over.
Yes.
And the Romans actually ruled that particular nation.
Yes.
For something like around 800 years.
Okay.
Yes. That's when they had the amphitheaters and the like.
This world should just have been known as Rome.
Well,
because those guys were everywhere.
No, they know in the sense that they were known in the then known world, okay?
Yeah.
But indeed, that spread their tentacles.
Yes.
Alexander
the Great.
Yes, he also spread his tentacles, okay? The Ottoman Empire really extended their empire.
Right.
Africa, Europe, you know, they approached Asia kidogo. The British went even further.
Yeah.
And they even claimed the sun would never set on their empire. Yes, so empire builders, if you look at it carefully, outside what we call mainland Europe, the Turks were the other group that actually extended those rules.
Right.
So when I say that these people have been at this thing for a long time,
you mean it?
I do mean they have been at this thing for a long time. By the time someone was king, that fellow had killed many people.
By the time mtu anasema ati mimi ndiye mfalme.
Amenyanyasa watu vilivyo.
Ama emperor. Mnajua tu this guy has
No,
killed.
it's all right.
Tumekuachia hiki.
Yes, in fact,
ulikuwa
nataka tuende wapi? Yes.
Are you a fan of this program called Vikings?
Yes.
Yeah?
You know, I actually watched those series.
Yes.
Okay, I watched it.
Binge watching.
I watched. Actually, how did you guess? I am a binge watcher.
Yeah, when I start a series, ninawachingi mpaka mwisho. Actually, by the time, let's say I live here, I go home and I decide to watch something. By the time I go to bed, I will have probably watched 10, 11 episodes.
You and I are similar in that regard. Though these days, I find it's more interesting when I leave something just at an apex when I'm not sure what's going to happen next. And I watch Apple. And then 3 or 4 days later, I may come back to it.
And then me when I watch programs, I'm very dramatic. Nasema, atenda kuwa, usiingia hapo ndani, check. Okay, anakufa huyo.
What, you watch?
That's how I watch movies.
You watch movies the way other people watch football.
Yes. Mimi, mbona anaingia hapo ndani? Buda usiingie, guy utamalizwa, usiingie, na ameingia. Alright, ameingia. Okay, ameenda huyo. That's how I watch. Okay, tupate methali. Ya kutoka kule Carthage.
Yes. The neighbor before the house.
The neighbor before the house. The neighbor before the house. Is that a statement or is it a question?
It's a proverb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know some proverbs can be... Okay. So, the neighbor before the house.
Yes.
Jesus Christ. How do you even interpret that? Let me interpret it. Using my brain. So, this is what I think it is. You should know your neighbor before you build the house?
You know, that is not a bad guess. Juana na watu ambao utaishi karibu nao.
In case the serial killers ujuange mapema.
Yes. Kama ni wanaitana wachawi.
Ukaange ukijua.
Yes. So that when you find a crocodile in your compound.
Yes, you're not shocked.
No, you know. Ujirani. Is a warden of wildlife.
Right. Unajua kwetu crocodile anajulikanaje? King'ang'i.
Same as the brothers and sisters from Central.
Okay.
Hata wao kuna hiyo.
King'ang'i.
Yes. Ndio.
So ukipatana na king'ang'i, unafaa kujiuliza huyu ni nani?
You know, because you know your neighbor.
Exactly.
And you know the inclination that he has towards endangered species. So unajua ni pet to your neighbor.
All right.
Imekuja kunitembelea.
Ama ni neighbor amekuja kukutembelea.
There's that little detail.
Kwetu ukiona hata umbwa stray, usirushie mawe.
Unaweza kuwa
unarushia mutiso. Ukiona mbuzi imekuja kwako usishike ati alafu uchinje na ukule sherehe.
No.
Unaweza kuwa unangangana na makao. So achana nayo.
Do you know what is strange? Do you know why we had those beliefs entrenched and what our colonizers referred to as superstition? Do you know why we had them?
Why?
They were a deterrent.
Yes. Yeah. By the way, keep us in check.
Like children were told, if you make noise at night, then they tell you all sorts of scary things.
Yeah.
That was so that you do not go around disturbing other people when they're supposed to be asleep.
Utulie.
Yes, utulie.
Bas.
But you grow up. When you grow up, you realize,
nonsense.
Kwa nini.
Yeah.
Yes. But before you realize that, the neighbor before the house.
The neighbor before the house. Juana na jirani yako kabla ujenge. Hiyo ndio mimi nimesema kama interpretation yangu, na I cannot wait kama kawaida usikia wageni wetu wa leo watasema vipi. Lydia Cherona amesema good morning my people, ZT and PM. Yani umekuanga ZT sasa.
So, well, you said, let's wait for a new addition to this whole.
Now we have it. And this is ZEE then T kama chai. So, good morning my people, ZT and PM. Creative Dan amesema good morning CT Mugan Movie, good morning. And then Louis Ruda Singwa kama kawa amesema good morning. Good morning to you too. MC Tonje, VP Ndwati, nilikuja kujua we also have another, I wouldn't call him silent listener because he's always with us. That is Ndwati.
Brother Ndwati.
So karibuni sana wadau katika kipindi chetu cha leo. Tuingie moja kwa moja hadi breaking news. Let me just refresh this and make sure I'm getting the latest. Free education, jobs, headline Kalonzo's 13-point election plan. Ala? Okay. I may drop it like it's hot, 13-point what? 13-point plan. This one is by Maureen Kenya-Jui. Na Kenya-Jui ametuambia hivi. With the 2027 general election now a year away, Wiper Patriotic Front leader Kalonzo Musyoka has put forward a 13-point plan that seeks to shift the focus of government towards cheaper public services, more jobs, stronger counties, and greater support for ordinary Kenyans. Kalonzo unveiled the People's Budget on Monday, August 10th, that is yesterday, describing it as a policy program for an alternative government. The proposals came as the country marked the final 365-day countdown to the next general election. And he said, this is the spirit behind our 13-point agenda, the People's Budget, a covenant, not a slogan, Kalonzo said in a statement shared on X. Okay. All right. All the best, SKM. Amesema universal healthcare that works, not the SHA-SHIF fraud, but a system that guarantees every Kenyan dignity in illness, he said. Okay. All right. Mambo mengine amesema free and quality education, kuna a living wage and dignified employment, reviving manufacturing, supporting agro-processing and creating millions of real jobs for our youth, food security and subsidized agriculture, tax justice, relieving the burden on the poor and making the wealthy pay their fair share, devolution and county empowerment, ensuring resources reach the people, not a few connected elites, and so on and so forth. forth. Zero tolerance for corruption, no sacred cows, he said, no political protection for thieves. Amesema pia national unity and reconciliation, healing the divisions of the past and forging one nation under justice.
One nation under justice. There was a musician once upon a time called Bootsy Collins. Okay, his band was called the Parliament.
Okay.
Kitambo sana. And one of the songs he sang was called One Nation Under a Groove.
Under a groove.
Yes.
So tuna groove under.
Oh brother, ile bangi alikuwa anavutaga.
Alikuanga IRA 24/7. All right. It is what it is.
You know,
yes.
The thing that I find interesting, the precursor to what we call Vision 2030 was President Kibaki announcing what?
Yeah.
He called an economical recovery plan.
In 07?
No, when he got into power.
Oh, in 02?
Yes. He said, this is what we want to do. And he said, we need to have a plan that traverses time and probably goes beyond me. Yeah.
Which was very clever of him.
Yes. So what we know as Vision 2030, the entire process of it began in 2004. Okay?
Mdogo tu.
Tata ilikuwa na pila.
Ishio tatu.
Ne.
Ilikuanga social, economic,
tatu ni hii.
Political.
Yes.
Ine ni gani?
Ine ilikuwa ni endeavors and drivers.
Okay.
Yes.
Endeavors and drivers.
Yes.
Where?
I know it's sounding strange.
Yeah, because I'm hearing it for the first time.
There were 4 pillars. Okay?
Okay.
Now, if you look at what it is that one could argue, he started the first one, and each of them was encompassed in what you call a medium-term development plan.
The MTP.
Yes. So, Alianza. The person who now carried on the next one was
Uhunye.
Yes. And remember, the housing program that we currently have, Uhuru kicked this ball first. He started this particular conversation. And there were things he had wanted to do which were taken to court, and the court said, break. He left it. Okay? Now, the railway that we refer to as the SGR was part of that vision. His Agenda 4, he just called it Agenda 4.
Yeah.
It was part of that.
2030.
It was part of that particular vision. And right now, we are on the 4th season of the Agenda 2024. 2030, sorry, not 2024. Uhuru, I think so too. This particular government has begun on the last, should we say the last leg of this particular policy agenda. But this is the time when you look and ask, okay, what had they sought to achieve? Is that the political one? Did they achieve what it is that they hoped to achieve? Within the agenda was the issue of the constitution and everything that came with it. Okay? So did we promulgate the constitution? We did.
Yep.
Okay? If you look at the social pillar on the tenets within it, if you look at the economic, what you will find is that probably the pillar that has achieved the most is the political one. And the reason why it is so is because the promulgation of the constitution more or less pivots us on a certain path that would make the other things possible. Okay.
Yep.
But if you look at the standing right now, the achievement of the political pillar is around 81%.
Of the political one.
Yes, wamefika 81%. Hawajafika mwisho.
Actually, according to what you sent yesterday, it's 88.2%. The political one.
Yes.
Yeah. And the foundations and enablers 61.6. Social pillar.
Oh, kumbe you read these things, eh?
Buda na kuanga macho bwana. 59.5 for the social pillar. And then last but not least, economic pillar 55.5. Yeah. And of course they've listed some of the drivers here. Some of the indicators, the KPIs and so on and so forth. But I mean, I like the fact that they have taken stock. But how do they determine that we are at 88.2, for example? I'm sure they have explained it in a way.
What they do is they look at what it is that was the details of what it is that was hoped to be achieved. And that's how you measure it. of the things we hope to achieve, let's say there were 10 and you've achieved 8, so that's 80%.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. By the same token, the thing that isn't understood, the progress report on each of these pillars from 2008, they have always been given.
Yeah.
Yes. The latest one that was given, I think, was provided was 2023, if I'm not wrong.
Sasa nikuulizaje CT? Nini ninakuanga mbaya na hata watu wa Vision 2030? Mbona tunakuja kusikia hizi vitu sahi? I'm sure they do them, like you've said, regularly.
I asked that same question.
Why are we hearing of them today?
Thank you, Paul. I asked, why are you people telling us? I actually asked, all this time.
Sasa hizi ndio mnakuja kutuambia sijui economic pillar 60%. Sijui nani pillar 88%.
Why?
And
then you wonder why people want to assume that it has a political angle.
Yeah.
These are discussions we could have been having from 2022. So that we actually know.
Yeah.
But every government wants to take credit for what they're doing. And yet it is within the confines of Vision 2030.
Sasa pia wacha ni fault President Ruto hapo, because he unfortunately ina fall wakati wake, na yeye hajachukua wakati ama nafasi atuambie vizuri, na watu wenye alipatiwa kazi pia ni kama wamelalia. Actually, now I understand why the president is always on a microphone somewhere speaking, because the folks he gave that job are mum. They are quiet. I mean, that is why he will go to Kilgoris and declare what he says and say whatever. He will come to Kitui and whatever, say it. He will go to Kisumu because there's someone he gave that job, and that someone is just there eating our salary, or rather our taxes.
You know, if one understood what it is the 2030 vision meant, talking of the vision after 2030 would not be a hard sell.
Yeah.
Because anything that is beyond 2030 would begin with stating how they hope to complete Vision 2030.
Yep.
Yes. Because what do you build on if you haven't completed what you set out to do?
Exactly. You need a place to step on so that we can go to the next. Anyway.
You see, all these things we talk of, whether it's LabSet, Dongo Kundu, the export free zone and those things, the SGR,
and the SEZ.
All those things were part of that Vision 2030.
Ndio.
But there's a secretariat. For them, I think mum is the word.
Yeah. Hata hawa watu wa Konza juzi wametengenezwa wakakuwa authority.
Yes.
Wamefanya nini after that? Wamenyamaza. Na ni wako part of that Vision 2030.
Yeah, but do we even know what Konza does?
Thank you.
We just hear Konza City. Okay.
So now they have become a Technopolis Development Authority.
Now they've confused me even further.
Na wamenyamaza.
And there are people who head it. They draw a salary.
Yeah. But unfortunately, the majority of them are politicians. They're not doing the techno work.
You know, I'm not going to let them hide under the veneer of being politicians.
Yeah.
When the politicians don't have brains.
No, they do. They do. My complaint here is we have given someone who is not a surgeon to do a surgeon's job. Sasa hapo ndio shida iko. Unajua hata surgeon yeye kazi yake ni kukukatakata atoe shida maliko. Those people are not the best people to actually give you prescriptions, and I know because I've dealt with them. They wait to be told, go get into movie's stomach and remove the colon, and they will get in there and they will remove the colon meticulously, na hiyo kazi itakuwa
washone na uko sawa.
Na utoke hapo ukitembea uende hata marathon. Lakini mtu uanze kuambia nauma na tumbo sijui nini, by the time he tells you which medicine to take, mtakuwa so that is a problem. We have put
that's why you have physicians.
Exactly.
Kwenda kwa huyo mtu.
Enda kwa physician, ndio physician sasa akutume kwa surgeon.
Yes.
Sasa hapo ndio shida yetu kama Kenya. Anyway, want my blessing? Let's talk. Oparanya tells Sifuna. So amesema hivi, Cooperatives Cabinet Secretary Wycliffe Oparanya has asked Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna to meet him and explain his political plans before seeking his blessing after the senator publicly appealed to the former Kakamega governor to support his 2027 ambitions. Oparanya and Sifuna should not seek his Oparanya said Sifuna should not seek his blessings from a distance, but should first sit down with him and explain where he was coming from and where he intends to go politically. I'm laughing because it's laughable. But yes, Oparanya amesema kinye amesema. So Sifuna, sijui,
tafuta brother,
cheza kama wewe,
mwende muongee na brother.
Yani hata wewe siti unadhani Oparanya cabinet secretary for cooperatives. Ata bless mtu mwingine akuwe president, and yet he is currently serving under a different president who is seeking a second term. You've understood why I was laughing?
Yes.
Because what on earth are we saying here? Atiwe kuja unda ni kubless. Okay, blessings ziko, but on condition ukuja uniambie where you are coming from and where you are heading to politically. The guy has said he wants to be president. So if you're gonna bless him, just tell him, bro, as long as you're vying on the opposition side, I am not gonna bless you. You come on this side, you speak to my president, maybe you might get my blessings in 2032. But anyway,
this is politics, is it not?
Yeah.
And with our politics, the understanding that many people who speak and say what they say, which is recorded for posterity, are often misunderstood.
Lakini kama kuna mtu nimeheshimu pia kwa utendakazi wake ni Oparanya. Kwa hiyo ministry alipatiwa, jamaa amengangana.
It's not just that.
Even
where wherever this man has gone.
Even when he was governor?
He is very well, highly regarded. He's very highly regarded. Yes.
Huyu naye ninaweza watch. Huyu amefanya kazi. Naweza kubali. Okay.
Even previously when he was a minister, Oparanya is very well spoken of.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
He is not a cantankerous person. You don't hear of people saying all sorts of crazy things about him. No.
Apart from that one time, there was this lady who was his, I don't know, fourth wife or fifth. Yeah.
How is that? Just a question.
No, it's not our problem.
No.
It's not our concern.
No, it is. It's in a public domain. It's a public figure.
And it's a public figure, yeah.
And this is what we do here. Yes, it's our concern because it is interesting and we'd like to find out.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say.
Right.
And may the Christians look at this, what I'm about to say, kindly.
Okay.
Since when is it an issue?
No, it's not. It has never been an issue.
Yes.
Yeah.
In our country, men, at the fourth wife, fifth girlfriend.
Shida iko wapi? Yeah. No problem.
It isn't. Our society does not look down upon it. It is not considered something that...
It's not a big deal.
No, it is not even frowned upon. Yes.
Wanasemanga, ule ndio wife number?
Yule ndio anaongea juu ya okay.
No. Ule anakuanga US.
Okay.
Wa Kenya ni yule mwingine mwenye alikuwa amevaa black pale.
Okay.
Na nasikia sasa unaona ule anakuja na white. Huo ndio the latest sasa.
Okay.
Huo ndio sasa wanaishi na yeye.
Okay, na kwa ni wapi lakini? Okay. Anatoka huko. Okay.
Ule ni Mcoast, ule anajua ni Mluya. Huyu nimesikia ni kama ni Mtaita.
Okay. So kuna United Kenya in this setup.
Yes. If I were to have multiple wives, which I know I wouldn't be allowed, but if I were to do that, ninaweza chagua from every tribe.
Best of luck, brother.
That sounds more like a warning than a blessing.
It's not a blessing. It's
a warning.
Caution.
Lakini moja ametosha. Multiple bwana, unless uko na pesa ya watu bwana.
That's not the pesa.
Hai bro, ni pesa. Acha nikwambie, mwanamke ni do.
Hapana.
Akiangaidi mbeza mwana. Kile nguo tabia, mimi nakushow.
Hapana.
Madem ni do.
Hapana.
You think as a peasant you will have multiple women? Okay, anyway, you're saying?
Nyinyi, generation yenu na the younger ones. You're the people who have highlighted this thing and made it into a really big issue.
Okay.
Yes. So that it's at the forefront of a relationship. And that's where you people go wrong with these things.
Okay.
And those who pick up that particular mantra and want to live with it, misery awaits them.
City, umeisikia hii phrase inaitwa kugongewa na si mayai?
I have not understood. I know unaweza kugongea mtu mlango.
But okay, sawa.
Yes.
Wewe jua kama huna do na una plan hapa hivi stories za madem, utagongewa. Sawa?
I don't understand what you mean.
Ya mwisho, ODM and nitakwambia off mic. ODM and UDA to form coalition ahead of 2027 polls. Wanasema nini? ODM and UDA have formally resolved to work together in the next general election, with ODM agreeing not to field a presidential candidate, which they said a long time ago, and instead support President William Ruto's bid for a second and final term, which they also said. Now, the agreement marks a formalization of the political partnership between the two parties, which has been developing through their cooperation in the broad-based government. President William Ruto said the partnership will now focus on consolidating the government's progress, completing ongoing reforms, and presenting Kenyans with a common program for the next phase of the country's development. Now that akina Kalonzo wametoa nini yao, inaitwa nini? Manifesto. Najua pia these guys wanajita nani? PM, People's Renaissance Movement. They are doing theirs today. And many others who I'm sure in the next couple of days, weeks, months, they will drop it.
This People's Renaissance Movement, PM, Mr. Ngaira, who was here,
yes,
he spoke very well. I liked his reasoning.
Okay.
There are aspects of the government that he spoke of, and their plan to revisit, revise, and restructure.
Yes.
It made so much sense. You see, that is what I mean by having a plan. Something which when you listen to, you can actually see it being actualized, and you can also see the change it will bring.
Yeah.
See? So this 10-point agenda hiyo ni sawa tu. So far ni theory, okay?
Ya Kalonzo ni 13 point. Hapo unasema gani?
Ndio hiyo ni theory.
Yeah. Sawa.
Hiyo ni theory. They'll do this, they'll do this. Everybody says they'll do this. Everybody. Yes.
Okay.
Specifically get granular. Then you say this is what we're going to do. For example, you get granular. Then I say, oh, okay.
Right. We shall invite Kalonzo. Tumuulize mheshimiwa, hebu tuambie hapo kwa tax relief. Explain.
Na ukisha tupeana tax relief, it means kuna pesa serikali itakuwa haina. Okay?
Utaipata vipi?
Yes, how do we make up for that particular shortfall?
Okay. Sawa City. Kitu tufanye sasa ni kitu inaitwa traffic Tuambie wadhi mali wako na mali hawa na mali hawako. Hii ni gani?
This is Radio Generation. This and every Saturday, something unforgettable is about to happen. The lights will come alive, the music will take over, and the energy will be impossible to ignore. Who's coming? What's in store? You'll have to be there to find out. One legendary host, one unforgettable night, endless entertainment. This Saturday from 7 p.m. till midnight. Get ready, because Saturday nights will never be the same again. Coming soon only on Radio Generation. This is Radio Generation. Traffic.
So this is how the roads are looking like at this particular hour. It's Nywe, kila mali, Ngong Road, Agwing Skodeki, Kambala Road, Kokote, akina watu wa Dennis Sprit. You guys are moving quite well. Haile Selassie, Ire, Landes Road. Hey, today town is empty. Am I looking at the correct map? Let me just refresh this.
The correct map of Nairobi.
Yeah. It's very empty.
Unaangalia Lamu.
Naweza kuwa naangalia bana Minnesota. So Nairobi is actually very empty at this particular. Is it a public holiday? No?
Bro, what public holiday do we have in August?
I wonder. We don't actually. But anyway, Thika Superhighway has confirmed that indeed it is a normal working day because we have some traffic on Kiambu Road as you're heading towards Pangani, KCA University as you're heading towards Pangani. Kuna traffic zingine naona hapa ni kama ni matatu zina cause ka jam kiasi, but munasonga nonetheless. There's a place called Korogocho na Kisumu ndogo. Hizo barabara zina kazi kwa Nywe for now. Kina Kariobangi nini Dandora. Wase mnasonga. Manyanju Road also looking good. Uhuru Market kule Jogoro duko kuko sawa. Enterprise Road no complaints. Mombasa Road hii barabara iko fiti. Actually yote stretching all the way back to Kitengela. Yeah, you guys are moving quite well in and out of the CBD. And then we go to Mombasa County. What can I say about Mombasa County? There is no traffic. Kengeleni kule for the first time, actually, it's almost like there's no vehicle on the road. Makupa kule, Mombasa Island itself is looking clean. But if you see something, man, holla at a who? Holla at a brother.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Taifa Leo wanasema hivi: maamuzi mwaka wa 2027. Rais Ruto akisisitiza kuwa ni vigumu kuwazia uwezekano wa UDA ODM kushindwa. lazima tushinde. This thing has been interpreted yani in 16 different ways. Rais William Ruto na kinara wa ODM Daktari Oburu Oginga jana walibuni kamati ya watu 5 kutoka kila upande ili kuibuka na manifesto ambayo watatumia kujivumisha kuelekea uchaguzi wa mwaka wa 2027. Wawili hao jana waliwaambia viongozi wa serikali jumuishi wana hiari ila tu kushinda uchaguzi mkuu. Hiyo habari kamili ukurasa wa 2. Magenge ya kisiasa yatishia kura za mwaka wa 2027. Gavana Godana aidhinishwa kiongozi FPK. Chama hicho cha Pwani kinalenga kuunganisha wakazi wa kaunti zote 6 ili kuzungumza kwa sauti moja kuhusu maslahi yao. Lakini Mombasa ama Pwani kule. Pwani si ni ile tunajua tunasemanga kwa Kiswahili cosmopolitan. Pale kuna kila mtu, kuna Wajaluo, wa Kisii, Wakamba, kuna Wakale. And then of course we have the indigenous cultures.
Kuna Waluya.
Na kuna Waluya.
Predominant what you call the Manyala. Yes.
Sasa anyway, wacha wafanye kazi yao. Mimi sielewi siasa jinsi ambayo wanaielewa.
Uongo mtupu, naelewa siasa bwana.
Naelewa siasa lakini si kwa kile kiwango ambacho hawa wanasiasa wanaelewa. Mimi sina ile tunaita statistics, yani data. Wanielewa? Ndio manake. Kutoka kulia Aleja Kimoi, Daniel Mwangi na Kelvin Ngoge ambao ni washukiwa wakuu katika kisa ambacho mwana saikolojia maarufu wa afya wa kiakili Daktari Victoria Mutiso alidaiwa kuuawa kikatili wakiwa katika mahakama kuu ya Milimani Nairobi mnamo Agosti jana.
Jamaa amefika huko haraka.
Si ndio sasa? Watatu hao watazuiliwa kwa siku 30 hadi uchunguzi kuhusu tukio hilo ukamilishwe. Hiyo utaipata katika ukurasa wa 4. Hapa kuna jamaa mmoja bwana anakani kama ako tu sawa, lakini wale wengine wawili ambao wako kando yake kila upande bwana nikaa wanakani kama wamefinyika mahali. Salala. Speaking of Salah, kuna jamaa mmoja anajulikana kama Mo Salah. Sababu kuu za Salah kuchagua klabu ndogo ya Uturuki. He has gone to Turkey.
Salah Mohamed. Sasa anachezea.
Hiyo utaipata katika ukurasa wa 13 mpaka ukurasa wa 20. Mudavadi na Weta wasema Sifuna hatoshi. Mkuu huyo wa mawaziri alidai ni kibarua kwa Sifuna kupata 25% ya kura kaunti 24.
That is a pipe dream for them. He can. Yep, he can. So wow.
Wakaange wakijua.
Waendelee tu kuota.
Hiyo utaipata ukurasa wa 2. Nikiangalia The Standard wanasema game of numbers. President William Ruto squeaked past the 50+1 threshold in 2022 with 50.5% of the vote, drawing more than 3.5 million of his 7.1 million votes from Mount Kenya. But his grip on the mountain has since loosened with his former deputy Rigathi Gachagua tightening his hold on the region after their bitter political divorce. Now Ruto's UDA is now the negotiating table with ODM, crunching the numbers for a second term as opposition leaders race to unite and wrestle him from power amid criticism over corruption and poor governance. With 1 year to the 2027 general election, alliances are shifting, the numbers are being crunched, and the stakes couldn't be higher. That story is on page 1 all the way to 13. Hey. They're saying Mount Kenya block 5.7 million. Nairobi County 2.42 million, Eastern Block 1.7 million, Western Kenya 2.2 million, North Rift 2.36 million, Nyanza 3.1 million, South Rift 805,000, Northeastern 1 million, alafu Coast 2.2 million. Simesikia? Umedividiwa kama mbuzi.
Who has made that division?
This is the Standard. Tumedividiwa hapo like stock, tukaambiwa sasa stock ya Eastern 1.7.
Are those numbers verifiable with the numbers that
with IEBC maybe?
Yes.
I don't they have. Okay, there's a disclaimer here. They're saying the figures shown are approximate numbers of registered voters based on IEBC records and do not necessarily reflect the level of support enjoyed by the pictured presidential hopefuls in the highlighted regions. So wamesema wametoa data from IBC, lakini wakasema just because for example wamesema Eastern iko na 1.7 million votes, haimaanishi hizo zote ni za Kalonzo.
No, but what I'm asking is, have they taken into account when they say IBC data of which period? Because we have, since the last election, had many people registered. So they need to tell us the period of time so that we can understand those numbers. Yes, if we just say IBC data, that's vague.
So because it's just a footnote up every headlines, maybe perhaps when you open page 1 all the way to 13, they might tell us as of 10th of August. These are the numbers.
Sawa.
Alafu hapa kuna Daily Nation front page. Wanasema decision, not vision. Decision 2027. Ruto leads UDA, ODM must win election talks. We must win. We must do what? We must. President William Ruto is pictured here with several people from his broad-based government. President's man, Wicknell Shivayo, the flashy Zimbabwean tycoon who loves to display his proximity to power, has unfettered access to President Ruto, going by photographs of his private meetings with the head of state. But even by his own standards, Shivayo is gushing over his latest encounter with the president as their dalliance continues to raise eyebrows. Did you see that video that is doing rounds?
No.
Shivayo took a video of him and the president. The president was driving. I don't know which car this is, but it looks like a high-end SUV. And then there was another passenger in the back, huyu atumjui nani. But alikuwa na president hapo akasema, oh my God, the president is okay, not with this accent obviously. But he was like, hey, the president is driving me. Oh my God. He was exclaiming and, like the paper has said, gushing over this experience with the president.
Brother, raha yake sio?
Na president alikuwa tu hapo ametulia tu, It was during Charlene's traditional event over the weekend. So they're saying President William Ruto drives the car with Zimbabwean businessman Wicknell Shivayo and his wife after Charlene. Also, it's Shivayo's wife, after Charlene Ruto's traditional engagement in Kilgoris on Sato. Head teachers in trouble for paying millions to lobby. Page 3.
To lobby.
How taxpayers lost 14 billion in state Safaricom sale deal. You go page 12. Yep. So that's it as far as my side of the story is concerned. Over to you, Charles Muga. Nizime AC.
Zima.
Okay. But as I zima, endelea.
Right. Kenya Railway trails Rwanda, Burundi in open road transport on barriers. Kenya's road transport is ranked the third most open amongst the East African partner states, trailing Rwanda and Burundi, a joint World Bank WTO scorecard has shown. Okay, we've got it. We are number 3. 64 billion Kenyan shillings edible palm oil investment stalls. A parliamentary investigation into the possible loss of 64 billion through misdeclared imports of edible oil has stalled. I see. The investigation has stalled.
Okay.
Okay, fine. It has stalled.
Yes, it has.
Have you heard?
I have heard that it
has
stalled.
done what?
Imesimama. Imekwama.
Yes, I didn't even know there was an investigation, but nonetheless, there we are. Cyber cafes to give state users names, computer logs. Let me read this so that we understand what they're talking about, okay? Cyber cafes in Kenya will from Friday be required to keep customer records such as names, identification numbers, the computer used, and the log time in fresh efforts to curb cyber crimes like mobile money theft and the SIM swap fraud.
Okay.
How this will help, I don't know, but let me read the next paragraph. It may explain it. New regulations published by the Communication Authority of Kenya demand that the internet shops issues receipts and keep the records for a minimum of 3 years, during which the regulator can request them for investigation. Public internet cafes do not enforce strict user identification, making them attractive to cyber crimes seeking to browse, steal data, and hack without trace through their personal IP address. I have no idea what they're talking about.
No, what they mean is, you see, when you use your own computer at home, chances are it's registered to you because you bought it, so you have a receipt, and you constantly use it, so it records your IP. So every time you log into whatever website, that IP is always registered. So it's easy for us to trace that IP address back to your home using your internet service provider. So if you're using someone like a company like Safaricom will say this IP address is registered to CT Muga. Na CT Muga ndiye atapatikana.
So let me ask this question. So we are suggesting that the possibility exists that people who've been involved in cybercrime have used cyber cafes because it is more difficult to identify them.
Yeah, because if, assuming this was a cyber, someone can come in here and use any of the computers that we have, they do whatever crimes they do, and they will be untraceable, because at the end of the day, when it is traced, isemekana tu ni Radio Generation Cyber Cafe. Lakini hapa hata wakikuja hapa askari tuambia, bro, hapa 100 people come in a day. How will I know who came at what time to do what? So hivyo ndivyo wanasema.
Sawa. Back in the middle of the paper, well, okay, let me read something here in the intelligence. There's somebody called Magero Gumo. As Kenya designs its next vision beyond 2030, it should resist the temptation to produce another expansive wish list. I don't know what he's talking about. There has to be a wish list.
Yeah.
By its very nature, if you want to achieve big things, it has to be expansive. Yes.
Okay.
How do you think you achieve big things if you don't aim for big things?
Yeah, there is a problem there.
Back in the middle of the paper, Dangote seeks 1.45 trillion shillings debt for Lamu refineries. Loans to fund 70% of the 2.07 trillion facility. Disruptions related to Iran war give impetus to project. Let me just read the paragraph.
Okay.
Africa's richest man, Aliko Dangote, will rely heavily on debt to finance the proposed multi-billion shilling oil refinery in Lamu, with construction of the project expected to begin by October this year. Mr. Dangote disclosed that 70%. 70. Thank you very much, sir.
All right.
Of the estimated $16 billion, 2.07 trillion project will be financed through debt, replicating a highly leveraged funding model commonly used for large infrastructure projects. The remaining 30% will be financed through equity. Sawa.
So atachukua loan ya 70%, eh?
Ndio 1.45 trillion.
1.45. Yani anaweza enda mahali hivi aseme, my name is Dangote. Okay, he doesn't even need to introduce himself. He'd be like, hey, you know me, give me money. And then they're just like, chop my money, they give him.
My friend, one wishes it was so.
It doesn't work that way.
I have serious doubts.
Ama atenda kwa bank A or lender A, because they don't have to be banks. So lender A gives him maybe say 2 million.
You need this one. You'll need not just a bank. You'll need a bank that deals with long-term lending.
Sindio sasa.
And deals in huge amounts.
So this is
East African Development Bank, Africa Development Bank, those ones.
So he has got to go for a multilateral
those
institution.
How ndio hizi pesa haziwashtui sana.
Wanakupatia alafu wanakwambia let's talk in the year 2017.
And let's see what years how far we've gone with this one.
Man, who has all that money, man?
Oh, they have the money. They have the money. Okay. I'm looking at the East African. In the magazine section, there's Navio speaks for his artistry. There's a gentleman with a picture there.
Navio is from a country called Uganda. Yeah, but he was born here in Kenya.
Okay. Which he terms different from the commercial type.
Yeah, he's similar to when you're looking at the kind of similarities. You could actually place him in a place like same level with someone like Nameless in terms of popularity, legacy. That's where he is. But he's a great artist. I interviewed him once.
There was a guy called Chameleon.
Jose. Jose ndio tunaweza kumweka kwa level moja na nani
yeah, because I liked Chameleon's music. Yes.
But there's something about Ugandan and Kenyan music. It hit kama ya TZ. Sijui mbona.
True. True.
Anyway, something Tanzanians discovered that we still haven't. I don't know.
Kuna
ka kitu tu.
Yes. Hatuna.
Hatuja discover. Tanzanians waliipata na wakatoka nayo mbio.
Right, money. AI to help minimize chances of defaults. Really, it may even help enhance chances of default. So, a double-edged sword here. Markets. Let's Shego to let go of Kenyan unit.
Okay.
Tanzania, Uganda, and Rwanda units on the chopping block.
See, let's Shego, they are lenders, right? Digital lenders. Okay.
Outlook 2030 SGD. Sorry, I'm reading my own things this morning.
No.
2030 SDG agenda started with Africa. The question now is what new direction to take?
Those are sustainable development goals.
That's exactly what they are. In the news, Uganda takes its security skills to Gaza. Parliament gives the government go ahead to deploy UPDF. Page 12. Uganda.
They're going to Gaza. To do what exactly?
The story is on page 12, and since you ask,
what exactly are they going to do there?
Let me. They're not certainly. What I know for certain, they're not going sightseeing.
Okay.
That much.
It's a peacekeeping mission, right?
Yes. The Ugandan government has given the nod by Parliament to deploy Uganda People's Defense Forces to the Gaza Strip, signaling intent to be part of the International Stabilization Force proposed by the US.
It's a good, armies need to practice, Hii maneno ya kukaanga tu kwa kambi bana, mnangojele siku mtatakiwa. Mnapatikananga mmenona, mnapatikananga mko off guard, mnapatikana you have rusted, for lack of a better word.
Right.
So wacha waende Gaza kidogo.
The defense officials in Kampala say they had been approached by Washington to contribute troops to multinational peacekeeping mission.
Yeah.
Whose exact launch date now depends on Israel's view of it.
I mean, I'm happy for them. There shouldn't be that war to begin with, but wacha waende wakapige tizi.
Yes.
Hii mambo ya kukaa nyumbani hivi mnapatikananga off guard mnashangaa. So let them go and do their thing. Are you done with that?
I want to read just a section of what a gentleman by the name of Charles Onyango-Bo has written.
Right.
His article, Why Marathoners and Coffee Growers of East Africa Run Airlines Better Than Cronies. Then let me just read the quote. Ugandans and Kenyans are brilliant individual hustlers and masters of juakali business, but export the same shortcut-seeking instinct into a heavily regulated, capital-hungry state enterprise like an airline, and it ends up into procurement scams, nepotism, hiring, and grounded Airbuses. Maliza your story.
Okay.
He summarized it well.
All right.
Yes, there's a certain mindset. If you go into something that is, and is right, as strict and regulated like the airline business, it'll collapse.
Yes, true story.
It will collapse.
John Mutu amesema Qatar niko tuned in. Willis Juma says good morning City and Mbuvi. Well, good morning. Patrick Mutie amesema good morning City Muga and Mbuvi. Kitui tuko tuned in. Nilikwambianga watu wa Kitui wanakujanga. Tunaingianga yani in style. Na tunaingianga sisi wote tunakujanga, tunafanya nini? Tuna represent. Watu wa Muhoroni wako wapi? Isipokuwa Msitonje.
Kwani huyu jamaa wako mmoja amekuja sasa, mazee unawika utafikia ni watu 200 wamekuja hapo.
But ni ukweli mali yuko amefungulia TV na kila mtu kwa hiyo village. Hiyo TV ndio wana watch size.
Wana watch size.
Na kama ni simu anashikilia hivi kuna watu 300 nyuma yake wanatizama. So it's actually something that I'm telling you that happens. Huko kwetu. Hai tukikuja tunakojanga.
Wengi.
Hai we are there like nobody's business. So that's Patrick Mutie. Then we have Nixon Rotich. Amesema nice show CTN. Mbuvi Bomet, we are tuned in. Watu wa Bomet. I've been to Bomet. Have you been to Bomet?
Yes,
City?
I have.
A beautiful county,
Yes, I have. It's actually a very beautiful county.
And green and luscious. Nilienda huko nikalala bwana, kulikuwa kunanyesha the entire night. I was like, at what point did you guys...
Nyamira.
Yes.
Yes.
That place rains 24/7.
And usually what happens is, yes, there are times it does that, but there's a time in the afternoon it always rains. It's like clockwork.
Yeah. And the specific place I went to, there were no tarmac roads, and it was somewhere uphill.
But, but the road was good.
No, it wasn't. So we had to leave our vehicle huko chini kwa foothill, tukaenda, tukapanda, and then ile kuteleza tulikuwa tunateleza. Unajua kuna ile matope tu mnatembea tu mnangangana na matope. But kuna ile matope mnatembea, mna have kutembea tena mnatoa mguu kwa ground ni kama ni vita. So at a distance that would probably take maximum 2 minutes took us about 15 minutes because of number one, uphill and being stuck in the mud.
So why are you blaming the mud when it is you who's unfit?
It was everyone.
Why are you blaming the mud if all of you are unfit?
The fit and the unfit. Anyway, watu wa Bomet, shukran sana kwa kukaribia huku kwetu. Salah Mohammed amesema good morning CT and movie watching from Minneapolis. The dynamic duo, or should I say Batman and Robin. Anyway, my coffee in hand and locked in. Chapa kazi gentlemen. Asante sana Mo Salah. Alafu Louis
Rudasingwa.
Au ni Louis Agier. Louis Rudasingwa alishasema good morning huko awali. But Louis, acha tu niseme Louis, I don't know how to pronounce this. Amesema morning RG. Amesema morning RG. I think you need to consider inviting guests from your comment section to share the experience. Okay. All right, Louis. All right. Good suggestion.
No, we will.
Yeah. Louis, would you like to be the first guest? Get into our Radio Generation WhatsApp and DM. Maybe we shall get back to you. 0116-928-683. Again, it's 0116-928-683. Please provide your name. And then producer, akishafikiria kama inawezekana tutafanya nini? We will holler back at you. Meanwhile, here is the news.
Radio Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A man in Kakamega has been convicted of defiling an 11-year-old girl. The conviction was secured by the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions at the Butali Magistrates Court. The court heard that the man lured the child, who was his neighbor, into his house in Furave area, Kakamega North, in January 2024, where the offense occurred. 4 witnesses testified in the case, with the court finding their evidence credible and sufficient to prove the case beyond reasonable doubt. 2 families in Mombasa are searching for 2 men who disappeared on Friday night. Saidi Shaif and Yasin Hamid are said to have been arrested just 5 days after they were released by ATPU officers. The 2 had earlier been arrested over alleged links to the ISIS terror group in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Their families believe police officers may be behind their disappearance.
Tukachukua njia kwenda Dongo Kundu, hiyo ujamaa hivyo fika pale Dongo Kundu, nikaachiwa hapo hivyo, nikaojiwa wakaona mimi sina hatia, wakaniambia potea zako. Alafu ndio mmoja hapa kanipatia 100, kaniambia chukua hii, panda tuktuk ama pikipiki uende zako nyumbani.
But nikasikia mmoja akilia akisema afande, hii mlango ni ngumu imeshinda kuvunja, mimi tukavunja ya nyuma. So hapo ndo nikaambia mandugu zangu hapa ni kama watu ni maaskari na hawana nia nzuri, so tulaleni chini mapema.
Basic Education Principal Secretary John Ololtua is calling on education stakeholders to play a more active role in maintaining peace and stability in schools. Speaking at Hema Chitago Senior School in Masaba South Sub-County in Kisii County, Ololtua said the government is working to improve the learning environment in schools. He also highlighted efforts to provide more resources to schools through increased capitation.
Ni mambo ya walimu. Hiyo mambo ya promotion, mnajua ya kwamba Mheshimiwa Rais ameweka hiyo budget na TSC imeshatangaza. Tutatembea pamoja na TSC tuone kile tunaweza kuwafanyia. Ombi langu tu ni moja, ya kwamba tushikane pamoja, amani ikuwe katika mashule yetu, tabia nzuri ikuwe katika mashule zetu, na mambo ya kusoma vizuri, sisi kama serikali tutafanya jukumu yetu.
Civil society groups are warning that preparation for the 2027 general election could be delayed if key electoral reforms are not fast-tracked. The groups are calling on Parliament to quickly implement the reforms, including those set out in the recent Malindi court ruling on the timing of the election.
We insist that the perennial underlying constitutional questions around elections must be progressively settled. We also urge Parliament, because we think rather than waiting until next year once the elections is over, we feel that Parliament needs to enact pending amendments to the electoral laws by the end of the fourth quarter to harmonize these timelines and close the gap this ruling has exposed.
There has to be an ecosystem that promotes participation. So at every level, we're analyzing how is registration looking like.
The World Health Organization says the latest Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo began at least 3 months before it was officially declared. The WHO says health authorities are still struggling to contain the outbreak. More than 1,900 people have died since the outbreak was declared on May 15th, making it the second worst Ebola outbreak on record. The UN Health Agency says infection rates remain high, raising concerns about efforts to control the spread of the disease. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning. It is 7 minutes past 7 o'clock. How are you doing? It is now the time when we get into this particular hour and we have our morning conversations. And the first one is going to be on what it will take to achieve free education in Kenya. With us is a policy strategy advisor at Elimu Bora Working Group. He's not new to this station. Jamaa amezoea huku, I think at this point anaijua like the back of his hand. That is Boaz Waruku. Boaz, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation. Nice to see you again.
Thank you, Mbuvi. Thank you, City. And thanks to the team, Yago, Edna, and I think wherever they are.
Edna is currently in mourning. She lost her father.
Condolences to her.
Yeah.
That's very unfortunate.
Yes.
Yeah, but life is like that. God knows. And we pray for her.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're going through a difficult moment. So
yeah, sure.
You're tutaongea baadaye.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's okay.
Sorry.
All right. So karibu sana Boaz. I usually see you on the comment section. Naonanga at least once in a while ukichangia mambo.
I actually follow this Radio Generation conversation.
Yeah.
More like the spiritual moments I have early in the morning and late in the evening. Why? Because I want to get to understand what could be happening and how Kenyans are also responding. Because it's also good to know that you're not alone.
True.
Don't say because you never walk alone.
Well, as a Liverpool fan, we never walk alone.
you just say you want to know that the things troubling you also troubling other Kenyans. It is not a case of the madness of a solitary man, like he used to teach. That the madness that disturbs a solitary man, and then you start thinking that guy is actually not well. So I actually want to get a feel of how Kenyans also address these issues. And indeed, Mbuvi, one thing I've learned.
Yes.
Kenyans have a lot of information going round left, right. And what you guys are doing helps them to sieve and get the context and also separate the wheat from the chaff. Because there are certain bits of information going around which are not good at all, including things that you should obviously think
people would know. If somebody stated this, then you'd say, no, that is off the mark. This is the true north. And if you remember, there was a period we were here with my brother Ndugu Warrior Choka.
Yes.
And that's when we started saying, it's high time Kenya started being focused on certain fundamentals called the Kenya national interest. Because then, if you use that yardstick, it will help you to sieve off so many things. You'll be able to tell this guy is not focused on our interest as a nation. Whatever he's trying to do is petty politics, or is scoring goals, or is getting even with somebody else. That is what we require to have. So what you guys do is helping the people to get closer to where the true north. And I think from where I sit with the other, allow me to call them elders, it is always good that then you get a sense, you try to make a sense of what is happening in this country and articulate the ideas to help people get that bearing. Without those partisan lenses where people think, when you say this, 1 term, 2 term, what term, those kind of things, at times they mask
the reality and the truth.
Very dangerous things.
Yeah.
They just mask. Because some of them are Trojan horses. Thank you.
Thank you. What an analysis, man. Interesting. Well, we'll give you a proverb. Borata City will give you a proverb from Carthage, aka Tunisia. Alafu tuambie unafikiria vipi.
Thank you.
Yes, the original inhabitants of Tunisia were the Berber.
The Berbers.
They're called Berbers, but it's Berber.
Berber. Pronounce them African way.
It is
the Berber.
Yes. They were followed by the Phoenicians. Okay? Remember when you're talking about early writing, you came across hieroglyphics, and then you came across cuneiform. The Phoenicians were the ones who were associated with cuneiform, that form of writing.
Okay.
Yes. This is this I learned in primary school. Yes, and I've never actually forgotten it.
Okay.
I'm struggling to get the spelling. As he writes. Continue.
Then they had their wars with the Roman Empire, as I mentioned to you, and at the end they lost. Rome ruled this region we refer to as Tunisia for over 800 years. And that's why the remnants, even of the amphitheater and a lot of things that were associated with Rome. The things that Romans left which were remarkable, first of all, roads. Beautiful roads. Okay? Unaita Cabro. They had their cobblestones.
Right.
Beautiful, long-lasting roads. Amphitheater, because they were given to dramas, chariot races, people fighting lions, etc., etc., etc. Then, of course, after all these things, the Ottoman Empire came in.
Yes.
And they had their say. Then the French came in. And it is from the French that they got their independence.
Okay.
So, again, it is of interest that a country, this one, has the northmost point on this particular continent. Yani, if you're talking about a place that you can truly call north, it's actually in Tunisia.
Okay.
Now, the proverb, the neighbor before the house. Oh, that's a proverb, by the way.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not saying the neighbor before the house. And then there was
that's
the neighbor before the house. Finished.
It is complete.
I had a similar reaction.
Okay, the neighbor before the house. When moving wherever you be moving, humanity first.
When you're moving wherever it is that you're moving to.
That's my signature. So
do you know you're actually spot on?
Yes.
I mean, the need to consider the people who are in close proximity to you, but people
first, whoever they are.
Think of the people. Give them the priority.
Yes. Whatever it is. It is them first. Those are the things.
Badai.
Badai.
Okay. Agreed. Agreed indeed. Let's get down to business and talk about what it will take to achieve free education. First of all, this is something that has been said by very many people, including politicians. They say, let's consolidate all these bursaries and CDFs, then tutakuwa na free education. How realistic is that?
Let me tell you the gut feeling I had when you sent me that topic. I said, wow, back to this. Because I said, what is it that Kenyans haven't discussed about this?
Education.
And ensuring that it is free. First, at the basic level, free and compulsory. And at the tertiary level, that it is affordable, accessible, and minimum hindrances. And indeed, just 2 weeks ago, President Ruto took it a notch higher. President Ruto said that he'll ensure that whoever sits that Form 4 exam gets placed, his government will support them fully. You know, there are certain terminologies which when now you are analyzing, you realize what they mean.
Okay.
Fully means 100%. Fully does not mean the way we used to buy stuff in certain shops, 99 shillings and 90 cents. No, it is 100. So fully means 100%. In other words, the components that require to be supported should be in there. So from 2 weeks ago, given what the statement from Ruto was, we recalibrated and said, let's go the whole throttle. Because for us as a Limbora, our starting point has been that Kenya is capable of providing this full support for children from kindergarten to the university. And we've said this, even our documents point at this. So to the extent that the president himself pronounced on the matter, which was now touching on the funding model at the tertiary level, which you are aware about, we took to court as a Limubora. We took to court some of the issues he was articulating were actually the issues which the court determined on, because we actually indicating the discriminatory nature. We said the gap for affordability would ensure that there are people who would pass so highly, but because of the prohibitive nature of the fees structures that were put there, they'll opt not to do the courses they wanted to do because they were scoped to be more expensive. And indeed, there are certain courses that probably would require a little bit more resources to deliver. But we bring it back to where it matters. The responsibility of delivering all that rests with the government. When we talk of free, we are talking about actually ensuring that the government collects our taxes. It's not free that it's going to borrow or it's going to do anything. It's that it collects the people's money, taxes, and utilizes it well by directing it to things that matter. So I would, the first response, I don't know, City you'd be marking, the first response, what it would take, political goodwill. I'll start with that. Because everything else, all the stars in Kenya are so aligned that we are capable of delivering this. What is lacking is that political goodwill and the discipline to deliver it once declared. Because look at 2002, Kibaki saying, and his team making that free primary education to be
a reality,
a campaign agenda. Indeed, we expect this to be a serious campaign agenda. That we want to make education free for everyone from kindergarten to university. It should be a campaign agenda for 2027. Not rhetorically where people just pronounce and then they are not made to account. Like even when the president talks, he should be aware that he should not just be talking loosely. People take his words very seriously. And in fact, the Constitution binds him not to be making such pronouncements just off the cuff, to write it. I think that's Article 135 of the Constitution, that every decision, pronouncements that he makes should be written and signed and disseminated so that the public gets to understand, and anybody who wants to engage and interrogate. So why I'm saying that is because we want this to be construed in the right manner, because we're saying for us, having that political goodwill and ensuring that what we say is what we mean would help us address the issue of education. From the NIT standpoint, the Kenya National Interface Team, which some of the material we discussed during the March conference was on what are some of the core interests that would constitute the Kenya's national interest that would help us move to the other level, so that we avoid the pettiness of fighting over whose tribe has numbers and which one does not have numbers, whether Anel Molo can be president in Kenya or not. Those are lots of things which, if we focus and we start talking of grouping people like mangoes in a basket, I'm going to negotiate with, my basket is bigger, yours is smaller, we will not get anywhere. So the first things first is that we get what we are construing to be the national interest. We say that education, and for us we said it is not just education, quality education. That's why elimu bora comes in. Sio bora elimu. So quality education and training at all those levels. And then we say, when you're doing it, also, because quality must also come from knowing that even the curriculum, the pedagogy, all those things that you want are aligned. First, you've agreed, you've understood that the curriculum is that clear, that nobody just comes in to tamper with it because of other matters. That in that context, then we are clear we are going to get quality education from the lowest to the highest without any hindrances whatsoever, and without, because you can also say without hindrances, but therein equity issues are not addressed, so that you find somebody else it's supported but then cannot make it to other levels because it would require a little bit more. So what we think would be important after having that political goodwill is to align them along the parameters, what I would call the prerequisites for delivering this education. The very first one, which is already given. Constitutional, legal, and legal provisions.
Well, let me ask a question.
Yes.
There has been this discussion of the Vision 2030 and the reality that it will come to an end. Of the pillars that this particular vision was anchored on,
the social.
Yes.
Yes.
Would you say that the education system that was introduced to us by Uhuru Kenyatta would fit in to that particular vision with a view to meeting the goals that were set by the other pillars? E.g. industrialization, and then meeting the fundamental needs that the Constitution has enshrined regarding what it is that every citizen can expect as their right, and which they should receive as their right with regards to education?
City, you are right, because Vision 2030 was supposed to help us now have a direction towards where Kenya wants to be. Because the goals and those objectives of first education and training at the highest level, sparring that with the industrialization agenda, including the innovation, research, such that was supposed to be scoped. But what then you're asking is, to the extent then that we had that Vision 2030 and then CBC emerged, in the minds of it was Uhuru and Matiang'i, let's just be right, in their minds, they felt that 844 was not taking us towards that direction. I'm not so sure.
And which direction was this that they felt 844 was not taking us to?
Yes, that I'm saying, a little of that is a little speculative, because I'm among those who really wanted to know where was the 844 failing so badly that could not be fixed, and which could not be fixed to align with our dream the national goals as a country. And of course, the hype was that the 844 had become more like rote learning, just theory, lots of exams. That is the messaging that they were having. I'm not necessarily in agreement with what they're saying, because city, let me tell you, the entire country right now, I think the human resource that we have that is driving this country, the bulk of it is 844.
Yes.
And so the bulk of it is 844.
Yes.
So to that extent, then you can't also just bastardize a system without really interrogating and looking at the specific gaps and lapses, which I think was supposed to be done because I'll tell you from what the 2012-2013 task force of Douglas Odhiambo, when they were asked to do alignment, because when you're doing an alignment of education system to a constitution which universally we've agreed to be progressive, it gives you an opportunity to do even a quick audit and know what are those gaps, so that as you are aligning it to that constitution, then you are so clear that these are the aspects which are not there. For instance, I'll tell you, the aspects of TVET had been diminished, or rather had been reduced, because you realize lots of our TVET institutions were being converted into the universities and all that, and people forgot about the value of the Kenya Polytechnics, the Mombasa Polytechnics, the all this.
The technical...
the technical component. We even had schools which had those components. So those are the aspects that they should have looked at and realized, we are failing because we have not elevated this level, these ones there. So that kind of an audit, an avenue for that audit to know what was ailing before we jump onto something without no knowledge. I think there are people who justify Matiang'i and Uhuru picking on CBC, and because you see they had the forces that can compel you to comply. if you do not want to comply, ask Sosion what they did to him. And so they have that machinery. So even before Kenyans understand and grasp, they have been told this is the best. This one will deliver everything. A student, even as they are still going through primary level, they'll be able to make a few things here and there, as if that was not happening even in the previous ones. So I think the way I would say these are the marketers. Do you call them marketers?
They are marketers.
Yeah, they are marketing that CBC without the ownership and public consultation and consensus on how we want to do. Ideally, those who are on the other side who are asking, wait a minute, can we look at this a little bit more? Can we help ourselves even appreciate where the levels are, even the gaps that were emerging in terms of provision of the necessary equipment that are required in all education institutions, but also the teachers, because you can also deal with, I want to transform and change to this new model without looking at the human resource, and the primary human resource in education are the teachers. So I think that rushed and hurried, and the political, push that anybody who is trying to rethink and reflect and advise was an enemy. I think that also brought us to where we are. So maybe back to why then you're saying that vision in itself, in their thinking, I'm not saying that's what I embrace, in their thinking, they thought that it would help regurgitate, not regurgitate, but it will help to reroute Kenya to the vision that Vision 2030 was. I'm not even so sure whether Uhuru's administration was still focused on Vision 2030. I'm not sure. That one is left for the economists and all those guys to help us also look at. I'm not so sure, because even as of now, you see the kind of transition that is already beginning, and it's also just bang on the table, similar to what the Africa Union Agenda 2063 also landed with, bang on the table. 2013, that's when the AU Agenda 2063
You see what my fear is?
Come on.
You see what my fear is?
Yes.
And it's become apparent with this CBE system. We've introduced something that we've never had in the education system.
Yeah.
Never. I mean, never. Children moving on to the next level, and there's doubt as to one, the knowledge base they have.
Yes.
On a simple subject matter, like mathematics, and we know how fundamental that is.
Yeah.
A basic, let me put it in a nutshell.
Yes.
We've introduced illiteracy into the system because that's what I am seeing, and that's what causes me to fear. Because if because of the dilly-dallying and the delays in ensuring there were sufficient classrooms, there were sufficient teachers who were tooled adequately to train them, students lose a very significant chunk of the learning period.
Yeah.
And one doesn't hear of a plan or a program to enable them to catch up with it.
Yeah.
And yet, we move them on to the next stage. And that next stage can only be moved into when you've understood what was before that. Yes.
Yeah, but clearly that's not the case.
Yes. So I begin to think, and I ask myself, what exactly are we doing? Because these are the children who we are hoping through this system, if you are to believe what was said of it, are being tooled to be able to take this country onto the level. Now, how do you even begin to imagine that when the tooling process and the equipping process is as faulty as this one?
City, what you're saying points at the quality parameters that must inform any education system. And indeed, because if you're not prepared for that, then even if you are marketing and telling people we are on the right track, you're telling them these ones are, I think when the term tooling and even retooling and all that, I really want to use that because I think that takes you back to the kind of orientation from the colonial era. Where
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
In
It
fact,
does.
when the TSC and the ministry started talking of retooling teachers, I said, couldn't you have even thought of a better term like re-engineering? Because
why don't you just say re-educating?
Re-educating,
Yes.
retraining. Actually,
Yes.
for us, we insisted it is retraining, refresher. Because you are dealing with something on that subject matter. But without going into the semantics, I think what you are addressing, which will still come to hit us, we are having children that we have also told their parents that once they are in school, it is like a conveyor belt to the next, 100% transitions. But even without looking at parameters that would enable that to be qualitative, even that transition, yes, to have resources to sustain them there to the next. So we still have this as a handicap that will affect us there. And
but I have a question, Boaz.
Yes.
Of all the hundreds of thousands of professionals that we have within the education sector, nobody, absolutely no one, can just say, no, we are not going to take this cohort to the next until we have achieved A, B, C, D. Hakuna mtu hata mmoja.
Mbuvi, allow me to disappoint you.
Please do.
The country you have is a country that doesn't listen to what you're saying. Those in charge, and the moment they hear that you're beginning to think in that manner, first, if you are holding a position of responsibility higher than just teaching, you'll find yourself very far away. Two, the people, interestingly enough, a majority of them who are in those places have risen just because of yes.
So it's
the merit to some extent are not what we look at. And then the third aspect is that the moment then you want, because you want to improve and make it better, they tend to think that that is a process that would open the ugly side and make people think, oh, we're actually failing on this. What you're saying happens in Finland. I happen to share space, the Teachers International Task Force, with a representative from the Finland government.
Yes.
I think the story and the experience which they were sharing, that was in 2024, that was a meeting in Joburg. I do remember that very well. How they continuously and continually improve on the quality. They say that is not determined by anybody else other than the core stakeholders there. It starts with the teachers understanding whether these learners got something. When there's a break, the holiday, like now we have, it is not just a holiday. The teachers are reviewing and evaluating what was happening. And they say they'll improve. They can even completely change the orientation and direction of a subject on that basis, because they are allowed to do that, because they are doing it and then they bring, and that is the consensus on how to improve as they move forward. That is the thinking that you have, but that is not the rational thinking we have in this country.
Okay.
Because in this country, even when there are no books, you must say there are books. And you know completely there are no books, because if you say there are no books,
you are fired.
Even before you're fired, you'll find that somebody is stating that you're the one who caused the shortage of books. So the fear factor and the fact that these agencies and officers have no independence to do certain things. Let me give you a practical example, because I think Kenyans need to resonate with some of these things that we are talking about and place them exactly where they are. The funding model for the universities, and it was for the universities, though later on we realized it was beyond universities. There are certain TVET institutions that were getting it. That route rolled out. Before it could even start functioning, there was a town hall that the president had with the vice chancellors, select student leaders, and select stakeholders. And the president was there just thumping how the new model has worked. Even asked one of the vice chancellors to say that, you see, since they began, funds are in the universities now. And they say, yes, sir. You see that kind of a thing? At the time they're saying, yes, sir, they were declaring redundancies at the universities. So that is the kind of a situation we have. People who would not tell you, oh, Mr. President, the idea is good, but it hasn't started. Or the idea needs to be improved in this manner. Because you do so, you would not find yourself in that space. So the fear factor that the majority of the people have would not make it easy and possible really to overcome the challenges we are having. And for as long as we have held the stranglehold on some of the critical offices and commissions. In fact, I'll start with the Chapter 15 independent offices and the constitutional commissions, which have been given a lot of protection. That once appointed, even if somebody is the one who held your hand and placed you there, but you're a professional, the moment you're discharging your mandate as a professional, Article 249 of the Constitution protects you to the hilt. Nobody would come and tell you, hey, you must go. No. But unfortunately, they'll always remember who brought me here. This one will come to an end. I want to be nice so that I get to the end. That kind of thing. So we do not have the temerity to do things right and say, no, when it comes to this, there's a problem. Actually, I think it's in this station where I said, with all the challenges that these offices are facing, the controller of budget and Auditor General, the two ladies who have been holding those, have been trying to rise to the occasion. Other than that, I think we are not seeing a lot of the people doing much. And it is almost in all those offices. So to the extent that there's fear, that there's a presidency that people still hold so high, like what used to be in the constitution we buried, that the public officers and the servants holding those offices do so at the leisure and pleasure of the president. The constitution section, at that time we were calling it section 23. That is what it provided. That as you are holding that position, the goodwill is from the president, and that's why this 1 o'clock news would be disastrous, because it can pronounce that wewe umeachizwa kazi mara moja. Those kind of things. Kenyans have not metamorphosized or moved to the new environment created by this Constitution 2010. And I think it is being deliberately denied and prevented, because the moment you feel the warmth and the comfort and the protection and the pillars that you can hold to make the government accountable and to be right and ensure things work, that day when Kenyans realize that it is them who are sovereign, that it is them who can dictate and demand that this happen, they'll declare that even that constitution should start that the free education from kindergarten to university should start immediately. And I think because all this we are discussing should be towards that, because the resources again that is being collected, including the grants they receive. By the way, people talk about just the taxes. Grants are just like, you're gifted on the basis of, your country has so many of these people who may require extra support. So we are the people who make that happen. We are the ones who make those grants and allocations be given. And then, of course, where now they also go users as collaterals or title deeds and logbooks to get loans. But those resources, once they are brought, it is you and me and everybody else there who should be able to determine how it works, including the budget making process, city and movie. Why do you think that elaborate process of budget making has been addressed within the Constitution, Chapter 12?
Okay.
The public finance management. It was meant to make the Kenyans be aware and protect their resources. That whatever decisions you want to take, you want to say, I want to use this resource here. If it is refurbishment of state house or opening other state houses or state lodges, that it must pass through them. But you see, because that realization and the taking full charge of that process has not happened, and I'm telling you that it is being prevented from happening deliberately, because the day it will take place, then those people calling themselves, the honorables and all that will realize that they are supposed to be the servants, that the dictates will come from the common ordinary persons. And from that very moment, those resources like the ones we have would be enough to take care of education, to take care of health. And for me, and from where I come from, Lamu, we say the priority number one: give education, make education work, and all other things will follow. And the education that should be working is education which is also guided by ethics and the code that is also already spelt in our Constitution itself, starting from Article 10 to 32 for the public officers. Why? Because in that respect, it means that everybody would be aligned and knowing that that education will help them to serve and not for self-enrichment. Currently, almost each and every public officer getting into office, I'm told that there's a way in which you either know somebody at the high level or they grease the palm, and you are being told actually there are asks for particular offices, including as high as 500,000 bribes to get into some offices. So you can tell me, a police officer who was bribed to get there, what is the first task that or response thing that will be working in his or her mind?
Recoup that money.
Recoup that money, and then they realize, if I can recoup, then I can even get more and
multiply.
more and more. So the moment you know, garbage in, let me use the term of the ICT, garbage in, garbage out. If you brought in this is garbage being brought in through that kind of thing. What do you expect as the output and the outcomes? It's a pile of such garbage. And indeed, I think if our education system is not reoriented to make it be the center that would address most of these things, I think it would be okay. As I'm talking about that, there's a part of my mind which is telling me, but you are talking like Kenya is not full of Christians, the Muslims and all that the faith do certain roles. You know the infiltration that has happened, and almost every crook within the land will be establishing the churches and all that just for other things. So for me, it is education which I can trust because it is scientific. It is one that would help you understand when you're addressing the issues. Like now, I think, look at the simple issue of nuclear energy and the power. And then people who have not understood a single thing, who do not even know how it works, are the ones already yapping and even forming anti-whatever it is, You start wondering, can't we allow our people who have learned and known this to take lead and guide us?
And address the issue.
We want to politicize it. Others are saying, oh, that's a whole 500 billion going to one region. No way. The other one, no. We just it. We did not know. Now we want it. But those kind of things. Can we allow the expertise, the technocrats to take lead and help us, guide us? Because for as long as our issues will be addressed by people who are deficient on the knowledge and the content, Mbuvi, you can only authoritatively comment on the issue of media here, particularly on this.
Right.
For me, I think with some level of certainty, let me say 40% on education, I'll be very comfortable.
But let me ask you this question.
Yes.
Let's take the statement you made about the goodwill, political goodwill that is required. Let's hypothetically state that goodwill exists. And the budgets that this huge, humongous, giant budget we have for education exists.
Yes.
Theoretically speaking, what would we need to do to right what we see is patently wrong? And how do you think we would be able to actually ensure that this education we speak of is genuinely free? I am of the opinion that budget is enough to give us free education. I am of that opinion.
Thank you.
Okay? And I have dared those who say it isn't to tell me why it isn't.
It is not.
Yes.
Thank you. City, you are absolutely right. Or you're still continuing?
No.
I'm assuming you
have asked
asked very clearly.
Yes.
And I am in the same school as you in terms of asserting that the billions allocated to education is sufficient. And by the way, the billions allocated to education, let me just give a picture so that others can understand. Currently, 2026, 2027 is 781 billion Kenya shillings.
Yes.
That is the one that is open there. But it is more. Well, how is it more? Because the CDFs, which are still being run, have components of education.
Yes, they do.
Because the county still have components of education.
Yes.
So we have in excess of $1 trillion on education. The bursaries and all, including the presidential. So I'm with you that the resources we have are adequate. Then you are asking, what if that political goodwill was there, that it existed? If just slight thing that the political goodwill exists, that means because the political goodwill is set from the tone of the presidency, whoever occupies that slot, because there's nowhere else. That is the apex of political power in this country. If that tone is set, and without thinking that I want to score bonga points or political what, that would, everything would run straight to this classroom. People would know that, for instance, including even the teachers, for instance, if you've been given the numbers in a school, you are supposed to teach, you are supposed to do the analysis, the evaluation, and assess so that you know that these learners of ours are actually acquiring something, that they are not being left behind on certain subject matters. It would set the tone. And maybe let me use the example of the transition from Moi to Kibaki and tell you that when you set the tone up, everything falls into place. And this has been replayed severally. The issue of the citizens' arrests for people who are misbehaving. Particularly, they started with the road cops, the ones who were collecting bribes. And they said, no way, until Anglo-leasing happened. They said, we are stopping these small guys from this, but people are in those high offices are planning on how they have hastes, of millions. Billions. So they said, no way. So that political, the political tone, the goodwill must not just be rhetorical. It is not just pronounced. It means that when it says this, it means that the people should not be second guessing it. I wish that I wish that it could be said in that manner that everybody down here understands that that leader means that. He's not just saying it for the sake that we've been seeing. I know if I say the way the Maraga dealt with the election petition, and even after that with the parliament, that was a Chief Justice who said, "Look at these guys. You're saying you vowed to protect, defend, and this, but this parliament in itself." Is unconstitutional. And he says, President, dissolve this, let us go and have, those kind of things. In other words, Kenyans will be looking at who is that person who, when he says this, he means it. Because a number of these fellas that you're seeing, today they are saying this because yesterday, walikosana na mtu. The following day they are saying that because they have kosana na mtu. I think at part of the introductory part I was indicating there are those who look at the entire population as oranges or fruits that they have in a basket and they start coming. I have a bigger basket. So they use you as a community to negotiate for personal interest, not for the national interest. Not even largely community interest, because barely would you just benefit because you come from a region with somebody. You benefit when things function well. So this political leadership, we must nurture that. And I think when we nurture it, it can only be nurtured when the responsibility holder, that is the citizen, realizes the weight that they hold. They realize that they are not just supposed to be bribed. Because again, if you accept to be bribed and then you follow, or if you easily get excited by tribal rhetorics, and you think that is the way to go. In other words, you start thinking, the resources going to a particular community, those ones are actually taking away from us. Those kind of things. I think I could have used even worse language on it. Those ones happen and they're being entrenched. So for as long as we are yet to get that political goodwill, I'm saying it is the political goodwill that we have has a doubt. Because City, let me bring you back to specific education. When the president pronounced himself that he'll support fully the students who go to TVET and universities once they are admitted or they get the calling letter, so to say. The following day, in fact, immediately after that, there was chaos, there was total confusion. What does that even mean? What is the nature? What are the components that this would do? That's why I'm saying it's always good to have it written. You mentioned there's a bill in Parliament. There was, at the time, nobody had known that bill exists. The following day, there was a talk about, we'll be amending the Higher Education Loans Board Act. And you're saying, so I thought they said it was tertiary placement and funding. I mean, that was the bill that was now being introduced.
Yes.
And then you start wondering, okay, so which is which? And indeed, I think we are now taking time just to interrogate that bill, which they said is there. And then you start wondering, okay, this bill is not comprehensively addressing what the president said. This bill is not making it fully possible, free for these learners to come and actually get that. And part of what we'll be doing in terms of just giving submission is to help the president realize that statement he made.
Let me
Full
ask,
support.
in terms
because we embrace it and we congratulated him, and we do not want anyone to start doubting, even as we do not want to think that we can be doubted, despite the fact that in the past he's done somersaults. But on this one, we are saying we want it to be embraced fully and to
No
be
matter
realized, because it is in the best interest
in
of
countries
Kenya.
that where education is absolutely free, like Germany, Finland, Sweden, is it a loan whereby after you've completed your education, now the country asks you to pay it back, or once you're done, you're free to go out there and make a life for yourself?
Let me tell you that when it is free, it is free. It is not a loan. I think go to Sweden, because that is an easier way.
Example, yeah?
Yeah, why? Because the taxes that they collect. People think that people pay taxes, but you pay taxes because they know I'll go from kindergarten to PhD without anybody asking me for any payment.
Okay.
That even when I go to those institutions, the infrastructure there is first class. That I go, and also the lecturers are also catered for very well. They are not CBA every day. You cheat them that go back to class, will give you, and it doesn't happen. No. Now they know the technology they are using. Those are some of the universities that want to be even ahead of everyone, because they innovate, and their technology informs what even the industry wants, because they have the interconnection with the industry. So when we're talking of industrialization without that kind of web networking, it becomes a problem. So when it is free, it is supposed to be free, because a loan means you are leaving campus with
a load on your back.
You don't even know where the job will come from, but you already have something that you must be paying back. How do you start planning your life in the first place? So free should mean free, and I think the definition of that should help us to understand, like in Kenya, we should be able to know that TSC, with the constitutional mandate it has, would ensure that all our basic education institutions have the right teachers in number, in the subject combination and all that, and continuously being trained, they review the continuous professional development, so that they are on top of things, they can deliver anything. That is fully catered for. Two, that when any school, I think we keep on talking about the Elimu Bora Standard School, which we said is the Warrior Choka model. He's the one who helped us to define, actually give the critical components of what a standard school would mean in Busia, in Taita Taveta, Lungalunga, wherever it is. That these are the basic parameters that would be there. And in that case, it would be so clear that the government has provided those facilities, if they are laboratories, if they are workshops. Right now we are doing sports, the arts and sports science.
Yes.
That you have capacity to do that. That in those schools they are provided. And three, that the curriculum material and the review and this KICD and the NEC that are involved in the assessment, they are constantly in consultation and getting feedback on what needs to be improved upon. And the feedback they are getting not from politics, but from the schools and the teachers and the classrooms. So that then we know that we are on the right thing. So for me, I think a number of these things we require is just defining and ensuring that we know what it would make. The transportation, for instance, in the country, right now, before you even have those kind of schools everywhere, the standard schools everywhere, that you are still able to provide that school transport arrangement.
Yes.
I think some of us have called for the public transport, school public transport system that at least would protect and promote the dignity of that child. I've passed through certain areas. In the morning, it's drizzling, it's raining. The children are there stranded. the only matatus available do not want to put them in because they don't bring money. But it is raining and these children are supposed to be going to school. You start wondering, what kind of a hell is this? You need to have and start by fixing those. You also then require all this that you're doing, that you do not just concentrate at the basic education level only, but you do so at the tertiary level. And in tertiary, I'd be talking of TVETs is where also even creative or innovation can take place, not just aligned to the Juakali sector where that is possible, but at the universities, the kind of research that we are doing, not research, as I normally say, in partial fulfillment of your academic degree or whatever it is. But yes, it is contributing to that. But then it is also contributing to a process that would lead to industrialization because it is providing a solution to an existing practical problem that we actually face. So in these cases, I think an independent education department driving a process that we have. I started by saying we have the constitutional and the legal architecture framed very well. The policies that we are developing also in sync with that constitution because Article 19 mandates that whenever you are promulgating any policy, it must be aligned to what the Bill of Rights provides, and that after you've done that, then the funding aspect, you must appropriate resources that would be able to take care of the learning needs of all this. Not a case where you have a CS who has no idea what it takes to educate a learner at a kindergarten, primary, secondary, those kind of, that you must wrap your head on all those things. And by the way, they're not complex things. They're just simple, easy to do. And no single person has that monopoly of everything on it. You have various professionals within that department, and they are good technocrats, given the freedom and independence to discharge their mandate. They know they'll not be stagnated because they are independent-minded. Whenever the boss tells them not to do it, they still continue doing it professionally the way they know. So they stagnate there. No, when that is addressed, then we know we'll be heading in a direction.
All right. Thank you so much, Boaz. Unfortunately, we've come to the end of the conversation. Lakini kama kawaida si unajua, we appreciate.
Not midway.
No, we are done.
We are done.
Imagine we are done. Yeah, we're done. That is what happens when the conversation is this exciting and engaging. Unfortunately, we are getting to realize a lot of the issues that our country is facing. The question is if they will be solved. When will they be sorted? Asante sana Boaz.
Karibu sana Mbovi. It's always a pleasure being with you guys here because I feel like I'm home and I can open my heart to these discussions.
Yeah.
Many would be looking at, you guys would discuss lots of ideal things. But we say, if you voted to say yes to the Constitution 2010, it was taking us towards the ideal. And that is what we should be aiming at. Okay. If we implement even just 40% of it, will be a little going higher. Right now, we are doing badly.
Okay.
We are doing badly. And I think Kenyans deserve better, so let's try it. Thank you.
All right, do stand by because the show still continues. In the next hour, we are hosting a financial expert in Mandera County. He's also a gubernatorial aspirant. We will be looking at the cost of living.
The sound is fine, pump it up, turn it high, all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. 3 suspects in the murder of Dr. Victoria Muteso will remain in custody for 30 days as police continue with investigations. Police Constable Elijah Kimoi, Daniel Mwangi and Kevin Kinuthia were arrested after forensic evidence allegedly linked them to the scene of the murder. Meanwhile, DCI detectives are still searching for Inspector Kenneth Sung and Police Constable Bet Kiplangat, who are also suspected of involvement and remain at large.
Their other accomplices are in custody by the miscellaneous number E3495 of 2026. That is Republic versus Rose Mbithe Mulwa and Chris Mulwa. The investigation team still have inquiries about other firearms suspected to have been used, and we need to subject them to ballistic for forensic analysis.
We wish for the court to take note that this was a well-articulated and calculated execution of a public figure.
A surgeon at Kiambu Level 5 hospital accused of killing his wife will remain in police custody for 7 days. A Kiambu court approved the prosecution's request to detain Dennis Masoba Nyambane as investigations continue. Nyambane is accused of stabbing his wife Mary Mwende Mutie during an incident at their home. Mwende reportedly died at the scene, leaving behind a 3-year-old son. With the 2027 general election now a year away, Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka has unveiled a 13-point plan for what he calls an alternative government. Kalonzo launched the plan dubbed the People's Budget on Monday as Kenya marked 365 days to the next general election. The plan focuses on reducing the cost of public services, creating jobs, strengthening counties, and supporting ordinary Kenyans. Former Law Society of Kenya President Faith Odhiambo says women lawyers still face pay gaps, harassment and barriers to career growth. She says the legal profession also needs to do more in handling sexual violence cases and promoting women to leadership positions. However, Odhiambo notes that more women are taking up leadership roles in the legal profession, a sign of positive progress.
We have seen opportunities raising for women, particularly now that we have more women vying for different positions, because we've had a female chairperson of the Nairobi branch and more female chairs, and me being the second president. But I also say it's more encouraging because even at the chapter levels, we have certain chapters that are female-led from the chairpersons of the various chapters. Still, the branch chairs are all female-led. So I could say that it has been quite positive because now we are seeing a change in the acceptance of female leadership as a norm.
A flight in Canada was cancelled after a young child refused to wear a seatbelt. The Porter Airlines flight was due to fly from Victoria to Toronto on August 6th, but had to return to the terminal after the child stood on the seat and refused to buckle up. The delay caused the flight to miss the runway closing time, forcing passengers to take another flight the following day. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Nottingham Forest owner Evangelos Marinakis is suing Crystal Palace over a banner displayed by the club's fans. The banner showed Marinakis holding a gun to midfielder Morgan Gibbs White's head. Marinakis' lawyers have filed a defamation case at the High Court, with Crystal Palace listed as a defendant. The banner was displayed during a Premier League match between the two teams last August. Liverpool have signed defender Ronald Araujo from Barcelona on a season-long loan deal. The agreement includes an option for Liverpool to buy the 27-year-old for about £47 million. Liverpool will pay Araujo's full salary during the loan spell, while no loan fee will be paid to Barcelona. Araujo has reportedly taken a pay cut to complete the move. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome indeed. It is 8:08. My name is Bungala Mbuvi. Niko na city hapa hivi. Before we get into the conversation for this hour, have you ever wondered what really makes Islamic finance different? Yeah. So this week, basically, we're breaking it down in 5 key words, and we start with this word called riba. Now, riba is simply put interest, which is prohibited in Islamic finance. Yeah. Instead, Sharia compliant finance focuses on things like trade, investment, partnership, and shared risk. So it's not just about avoiding interest; it's about how financial transactions are structured with an emphasis on fairness, transparency, and real economic activity. Right? I know that probably is interesting and it has got your attention. So there's an event, and if you want to take part of that in that particular conversation, you need to join us at the Islamic Finance Forum and Dialogue, which is going to be hosted by us guys. And we started yesterday, 10th September 2026 at the Radisson Blue. And the theme is igniting growth in Sharia compliant finance. So what have guys expected, or what did they experience yesterday, and what do you expect going forward? We have industry leaders, financial institutions, investors, and SMEs in the room as well. And there will be panel discussions, practical workshops, investment insights, and plenty of networking. Everyone is invited. If the Islamic finance is part of your business or investment strategy, this is definitely a conversation you don't want to miss. You definitely want to be a part of. Now, here's what you do. You get on to langopass.com, and then you buy your ticket. And for further information, or if you want to make reservations, for example, you can call 0113 311604. All right. So yesterday they did a couple of things, and today is day 2 of how Islamic finance works in, like the 5 keywords I told you. And today's particular theme is murabaha. Murabaha, unajiuliza ni nini? Sijali, I'll be telling you in a short while what that is all about. Meanwhile, like I said, our guest for this hour is Abubakar Mohamed. Sasa shida ni Abubakar hajafika. Na producer ananiambia Abubakar ashiki simu. Sasa sijui rada yake ni gani.
Take the view that is on his way.
So we assume he's on his way, na akifika tunaendelea. Pia asipofika si hata tupata tumeendelea. Martin Amisi amesema good morning CT and movie, very informative show. Thank you very much Martin. We try our best to make sure that indeed tunakupatia hayo mambo ambayo tumesema ni ya maana. But there's something that has caught my attention. City Rigathi Gachagua amesema leo saa 6 today noon he's going to be addressing the nation on Ruto's 4 years. What has been done perhaps and what has not been done. But me, I can guess it's going to be about what he has not done. There's no way Rigathi is going to tell us what the president has done.
I think you know my view on this matter. I'm going to wait
and see
and hear what he has to say.
Yeah,
then when he has spoken, then I will comment. See, he has said he wants to speak. By all means. These freedoms we have in this country,
they are sweet.
They are real.
And I absolutely love them.
They are absolutely real. Please.
Do you imagine doing this during Moi's time?
No. Forget Moi's time is going to history. Just go across to Ethiopia here and try.
You say you want to say something about Mohammed Abiy's government.
You just go across.
Tupatane saa 6.
Yes, and see how it goes. Go to Mogadishu. Here. And say. Then if you think Mogadishu is far, go to Uganda. Try that and see.
Better yet, go to South Sudan. But I cannot imagine Uganda, let me tell you, Uganda, and I'm sorry if you're Ugandan and you're listening to me, but Uganda gives you illusion of freedom.
Why do you say it gives you illusions of freedom? They are clear about the sort of freedoms they allow you.
You're there, you're saying at exactly 12 noon tomorrow, Ugandans, fellow Ugandans, I shall be telling you Mukagutas for your scorecard. So stay tuned on our YouTube channel. You can find me at Mungala Mbuve, and I'll let you know what, my friend, no sooner than you finish that presser. Wale makara walikuanga hapo kwa gate ndio wanakuchukuanga kwanza. They are like, you want to talk about the president tomorrow? My friend, you are saying nothing. But yeah, me I love Uganda. Ni venye tu yani that country is
okay. Go to Tanzania and try that gambit and see how that goes.
No, I think Tanzania you can actually pull it off. Aki walai. Tanzania waweza kuipull off. Wende pale useme ningependa kuambia serikali ya mama kitu ambacho imefanya kwa miaka 4 iliyopita, na nataka wa Tanzania wote tafadhali tusikizane mbashara, tutapatana pale TICC yani KICC ya Tanzania.
This is a country that jailed the key oppositions people. No, just it's not even the name. It's the position and the influence this person has.
Yeah.
Going to an election. There are some people who purported to be in the opposition.
Yeah.
But all I'm saying is we need to exercise our constitution fully.
Yeah.
And we need to exercise it fearlessly. But we need to be alive to the reality that in this country, this constitution is actually winning. There are many things we are losing out on.
Yeah.
But even as you lose out, you know you're losing out because you know what the constitution says.
Yeah.
You see? So this one, you do wrong, you will be reminded you have done wrong. Yeah. So you just continue, but you will be reminded this is not right. The thing about doing wrong, Paul, is that it affects you spiritually. You may not think so, but it does. So a lot of people who've done wrong then go about seeking restitution. They claim not to. Some in the form of its guised as generosity through gifts, through things that you do. But in essence, you're seeking absolution.
Yeah.
Because you know. It's not that you don't know. And that is why some also seek to do even more wrong in an attempt to show that this wrong is actually not wrong. It is actually right. But you do know. You see, have you seen, for instance, the number of people who have chosen right now in this time and space we're in to talk about the total, in their view, incapacity of a gentleman called Sifuna to run the country. And the numbers increase and they all say different things. There are other presidential candidates whom such things have not been spoken of.
Yeah.
We haven't heard people saying that about Baraga, about Matiang'i, about Jimmy Wanjigi. Why Sifuna? If he's that irrelevant, why are you giving him so much attention? If everything about him is inconsequential, okay, so you give time to inconsequential things. You take the time to comment at great length about inconsequential things. Really?
Here's the funny thing about people who we may think they are inconsequential. You see, that's a personal view. And if majority of Kenyans want to choose an incompetent person, imagine they will choose him and there's nothing we'll do.
That is what they will do.
Yeah. So I might sit here and not like Sifuna and say Sifuna this, Sifuna that, and probably ask what experience does he have. But kuna mse anasema hiyo experience peleka huko kwa choo na ukishamaliza uflash. Na yeye atapigia Sifuna na akipata majority. You see, this is the beauty about majority having their voice. Having their way rather. Mutapiga kelele, mutapiga, lakini eventually wewe uko na kura yako individual. Me, I have been to places whereby people will talk bad about someone. They'll talk bad rather about City, and they say, you know, City this, City that. Oh, his white hair. Oh, his big eyes. Oh. But when the decision, when it comes to decision making time, they keep on choosing City, and you ask, lakini I thought, guys, we were united in insulting City here.
You know what happens is with these things that people decide they're going to vote for someone, say for instance, then they give you logical reasons why. But the logic isn't applied when they're voting for this person. They will tell you, but you know, there was this drainage that really used to bring problems because it was blocked. So when it rained, there was flooding, blah, blah. And this person made it possible for this drainage to be cleared. Okay? Okay. they actually decided to vote for that person
Yeah.
for reasons that are known to them.
Yeah.
But they need to justify it in a way that shows that some thought was applied to it. Thought is the logical excuse that we use when we want to justify something that we've done. We don't vote logically.
There's a place I used to work, Kitambo, and we had this supervisor, immediate supervisor. You'd tell him, for the sake of this conversation, let's call him Kevin. So you'd go and tell Kevin, Kevin, I won't make it to work tomorrow. I have this thing that I need to sort out. And he's like, movie, it's okay, you go sort out your issues. And nakwambia, hata si kitu unaniambia, hata ungenitumia text tu ni sawa. You go sort, alafu kimaliza utakam. And like, okay, thank you, sir. Then you go tomorrow, you don't come to work, you go sort out your issues. Then in the middle of the day, boss ya Kevin ndiye anakupigia simu, anakuuliza mbuvi uko wapi? Unamwambia, sasa mimi niko Ocha, kuna tunashughulikia. And then he's like, wait a minute, who told you to go to Shago? You're like, but I spoke to Kevin. Unamwambia kuja hapa kwa office, we discuss this thing. So the next day, of course, you go to the office and you say, but Kevin, we had this conversation and I told you I needed to go to Kitui to sort this issue. And then Kevin tells you, wait a minute.
Hey bro, wait.
I gave you what time did we have this conversation? And then you're like, see, but in the morning when I came, anakwambia, my friend, please, when you make mistakes, do not drag me into your problems. Sawa, you didn't tell me anything about Kitui. As a matter of fact, did you even write me an email as is the procedure? So you went to Kitui under whose authority? And you're like, but Kevin, we literally had this conversation. So that is Kenyans for you. Muta have a conversation, mutatukana Sifuna, mutatukana hata Matiangi, mutatukana hata anaitwa nani, President Ruto. My friend, wewe mwenye mnatukanana na yeye ndiye anaendanga anapiga kura venye wewe hata uko una expect.
The thing that we seem to be mastering with every passing day is duplicity. The things that people say. If it seems a popular thing to say, they'll say it.
Haraka sana.
Please don't take it that that's what they mean. Don't. In fact, you will be the fool if you do.
Yeah.
If there's something Kenyans have done well, they've learned how to survive.
True story.
In a place where people have a certain way of thinking politically, you think they're going to stick out their necks and say the opposite. Never. They're with you. They know full well on the day of voting, you're not going to be with them. They'll vote the way they want. In fact, they will go to the ballot, the booth, talking and saying, Sisi, Mimi.
Ndio Mimi sasa.
When they vote, they are very clear about how they
My friend. Vote.
Why do you think people have been hospitalized when votes are counted? Because
waliambiwa ground ni yako.
Not only that, but they witnessed it. Even a crowd followed them as they themselves were going to vote.
Musicians sang their songs.
My friend, and the crowds were impressive. On voting day, similar crowds when he's going to vote, and they're with him, and they're for him. When the votes are counted, he knows his votes were stolen. And actually, they're not stolen. Those guys didn't vote for him. Some just didn't vote, period. But some didn't actually vote for him.
Hata ushago watu rukana hivyo. Tukifika pale hivyo tuseme hapana, hiyo shamba ni ya Kevo. Sawa. Hiyo shamba ni ya Kevin. Mnafika hapo huko kwanza mwenye alikuwa anasema hiyo shamba ni ya Kevin, ndiye anakuanga wa kwanza kusema ati unaona sasa hii shamba tupatie James because James ndiye ako na bibi na watoto 6. And then you're like, bro, I thought we said ni ya Kevin.
Unajua ile pesa ulipeana ilikuwa inatosha tuseme, but sio tutende. Na James alikuja akapatiana pesa ya kutenda.
Sasa hii shamba ni ya James.
Hii ni ya James bro. Lakini usijali, next time.
CJ Kadeshi saying, please forgive Kevin. Your story inakaa personal. Yeah, that guy did that to me several times until I got to a point whereby I just didn't trust him anymore. Going forward, Kevo singemwambia, hata singeomba Kevo ruhusa. Nilikuwa naomba boss yake. Ndio sasa huyu boss asiende juu ya mtu yoyote.
One of the things that being in research teaches you is documentation. I talked to you. I immediately send an email saying, concerning that discussion we had regarding blah, 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 I wish to thank you for this and this and this and confirm blah, 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 blah. Tuma. Okay? I follow it up with a WhatsApp. Thank you very much for the opportunity to blah, 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 blah. I am now traveling home tomorrow, blah, 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 blah. Thank you for it's documented. Whether they respond or not.
Hakuna mtataruka mwingine.
You try and say what you say and I say, but bro, we had this conversation at this time and this hour. And I sent you an email. Why? If you didn't respond, why didn't you respond? The things you're saying, why didn't you respond so that there's evidence that I was talking to myself and you had nothing to do with it?
Me, the things I've seen in this industry of our city. Wewe ujui.
No, I don't. I haven't been in this industry as long as you have.
Unarukangwa 6 feet above. Mpaka unaangalia huyu mtu hivi, yani mpaka unasema tu pole. Aki pole, imagine. I'm so sorry.
No, sorry. I am really very, very sorry.
Because the way they gaslight you. Anyway, Alando is saying, good morning, City and Movie. Every great leap has 3 stages. 1, ridicule. 2, discussion. And finally, adoption. Sifuna should remain steadfast, keep hope alive for young Kenyans. Okay. My take 2.2 anauliza Alando, you are sure Alando, you actually believe Sifuna will become president? Okay. All right.
Why is Alando asking it as though he himself doubts?
No, it is my take asking Alando. Because Alando is saying Sifuna anafaa to keep hope alive. Because you never know, right? My take anamwambia, you actually believe Sifuna will become president?
Stranger things have happened. Yes. And why not?
Why can't Sifuna become president?
I am contributing. Why? Why? This country, our history is that the most unlikely people are the ones who ended up being our presidents. So,
everyone thought Ruto wouldn't be president because Uhuru has the power.
Start with Jomo and just continue.
Okay.
Yes.
What?
They were unlikely. They were not, even at the time they became president. You couldn't say that they were the most popular, they were the most liked, they're the ones who, from far distance, were clearly the ones poised to be president. No. No. But they ended up being president anyway.
Yeah.
Moi was not in anybody's equation for being president. No. Jomo Kenyatta was not in anybody's equation for being president. No. But he became the president.
Yeah.
Moi became president. 24 years of it. Kibaki became president. So this thing about people speaking with authority as though they know what's going to happen tomorrow.
Yeah. I never thought Uhuru would be president.
The deck was stacked against him to the hilt.
Like nilikuwa nasema wa Kenya. What ICC aje? What?
President.
We twice.
Then the trend that if there's deep state and the president supports you, will be president. Ruto becomes president. So
kwanza that one for Ruto. Me sasa hiyo nilikuwa convinced 150%. I was like Uhuru president. Okay? Raila very popular, most popular actually even than Ruto. Then number 2, Wajaluo. Bwana watoto watapiga hiyo kura bana, watapatia umse kura. And then of course the fact that anasupportiwa na the entire Azimio brigade, Kalonzo coming with the entire Kamba region. I'm like, this guy can't lose. How? But I was like, Ruto will have premium tiers like some people are saying.
He lost, and we saw.
And then we saw that. You remember that red carpet at KICC? Azimio rolled out a red carpet. They were ready now to even declare Raila president. Nikasema kuisha, finally bwana, baba amekuwa baba. Until baba was not babaing, and I was like, huh?
So people who go around speaking authoritatively about who can be president or not, just look at our history. Just look at our history. With politics, don't speak definitively about what can happen. Do you know? Do you even know what's going to happen tomorrow?
You are waiting for Rigathi Gachagua to tell us what will happen. Okay, so who this is Rain Manjalo anauliza, why can't Sifuna be, all asking the audience why Sifuna can't be president. Well, I also don't know why he can't be, but let's wait and see. The president said that they have got to win this in the dailies today, and he said it yesterday, and people have actually interpreted that in so many ways, including the fact that he will rig, because amesema we must, like MUST, we must, iki lazima tushinde. So kuna watu wanasema okay, sasa hiyo wamesema wataiba, come rain come sunshine, they can't lose.
Bro, political rigging in this country should not be spoken of, although it is something that is going to be, it was invented in the 21st century. Nah. Even when we thought that a method of nomination had been formulated that was now foolproof, it was called the Mlolongo system. The district commissioner, who was usually the returning officer, Mbuvi, your queue is from here until the roundabout of Kenyatta National Hospital and Nairobi Funeral Home. That's your queue. Mine is from here until that smoking kibanda.
Yes.
Okay? It is clear. You have more people.
So I'm like, hii nimekula, hii nashinda hii.
All the returning officer does is just gives you my votes and gives me your votes.
It's a wrap.
So
zako finally zinakuwa za Daystar University, zangu zinakuwa za Smoky.
Yes, exactly. So this is Kenya. Now you can say, but there are people said, yeah, but that's what we've demonstrated here.
Hiyo hizo kura zilikuwa za City Bank.
Now you quietly begin the process of going mad. Yes, but
naanza kuchizi.
Unaanza kujiongelesha. So politics. Bro.
It ain't definitive.
No.
Even alliances. You know, I stopped being shocked when Raila did the BBI, the handshake with Uhuru. Now that one for me was the end of shocks. Like I was like,
You think that was the end of shock?
For me.
Raila Odinga, who had been jailed by the government of Daniel Arap Moi. The last thing you thought of was that Raila would join the Moi government. He did.
I remember that time when he joined.
Yes. An impossibility had occurred. Then we talk of 2008 and the problem that we had in the Rift Valley. And the narrative, Kalenjins and Kikuyu, never. Then the never happens as you watch.
Yeah.
So, this certainty with which people speak, this can't happen, this can't happen. They probably have more, they are privy to more facts than I am.
Yeah.
When you're referring to policy in this country, that word, my friend, approach this matter with an open mind, please.
Because after the Maraga nullification of the 2017 election, nilikuwa nasema these guys have now become arch enemies. Hii sasa ni hivi, it's a wrap. We will Raila atenda ajitayarishe for 2022 ndio sasa akuje a decimate rende yote. Like these guys are a done deal.
And then
kidogo like this handshake.
You're looking and you're asking,
Then something I thought that would never happen, Ruto and Uhuru being at loggerheads. That I was like, but these guys were buddies. They
beat the strongest of odds at the Hague, bwana.
Walikuwa wanavaa mpaka uniform suits,
hata tie,
si ndio nasema,
shati nyeupe.
Wanakuja kama wamekunja mpaka jamvi huku.
Yes, exactly.
Then wanasoma, alafu Ruto wakati wa birthday ya President Uhuru anamwambia happy birthday my brother.
Yes.
This that my brother this.
Yes, my brother this and the other.
Buddies.
Not cousin. It's brother.
Uhuru, of course, with the First Lady Margaret Kenyatta, you could see they were one big happy family with Rachel and Ruto on one end, and you would be like, why these guys? Match made in heaven. Right. Until kidogo naanza kusikia there's trouble in paradise.
Yeah.
And like, which trouble?
Yes.
Bloggers shida yao ni nini? Hizi magazeti hazijui kenye zinaandika. Kumbe it was real. Kidogo, you start seeing certain MPs allied to Ruto speaking in a certain way, and you're like, but I thought these guys were friends. How do you speak like that against your friends? And then MPs allied to President Uhuru also speak, and I'm like, hold on.
Yes.
These guys were campaigning together just the other day.
Yes, and more importantly, then there's this so-called handshake. Not very long before then, the things that Uhuru would say about Raila and the things Raila would say about Uhuru.
Yes.
This is the same government where Raila and his people had said, guys, something, we really don't have to keep going like this.
Right.
We're going to secede. Back in the new nchi yenu ambapo you ask, we are going to go this way.
Yeah.
And then the story of my brother begins again. And my brother. No. You look at this and you wonder, wait a moment.
Bas.
Wait.
You start seeing Raila in very huge events, national events.
Yes. And in very prominent position.
Sitting next to the president. And I'm like, ngoja kidogo wada.
What exactly are we seeing? What?
Then unaona kuna events Ruto akuji. Wait.
So, when you are faced, in fact, It's the book of Romans chapter 1, which talks about, now that we are faced with this great multitude of witnesses regarding ABCD.
Yes.
In this case, it's not the book of Romans. It's the book of Kenya.
Yeah.
When you are faced with all this evidence of how our politicians behave, and then you want to speak definitively of what can happen and what can't happen. No.
I don't nakumbuka ma DVD. Mbona tunapitanga ma DVD? Mudavadi. In one of his very many campaigns before he joined President Ruto in the campaigns, akisema hii UDA ni kitu mbaya sana. UDA this, UDA that. And I was like, enyewe, these guys are on the offense. Hii ni hivyo. Hii Ruto hakuna mali anaenda. I mean, surely kidogo like this.
Mimi ndiongee na Ruto. That is brother Joho. Mimi
siwezi. Haitawezekana. Hata iwe nini?
Wala nini? And then
hata wapi?
Yes. Na sasa tuko wapi?
Rais Ruto amefanya kila kitu. Rais Ruto ametuletea. Rais Ruto tumpatie nafasi nyingine sababu hakuna kama of all the presidents wamekuwa hakuna yeyote.
You know you actually pause and say what exactly?
Even ask yourself, did I walk into a different universe?
What on earth? So those who wish to speak definitively, carry on.
Yeah. But I like one person who was very honest. I think it was CS Mbadi who said that, enyewe unajua ukiwa uko nje, it is easy to poke holes, but now that I'm here, I'm actually seeing the plan. I'm like,
you're seeing the plan, eh?
Which plan have you seen?
What plan?
How much is the dollar bills that you have seen? Because there's no way suddenly when you're out there, this government, this government,
Paul,
that these people, that.
Paul, when these people were being given those particular positions at State House, I still remember the camera work. That one I watched.
Yeah.
Even before it was a nice ceremony. People walk up. But even as that is happening, there's a car, a delightful, humongous guzzler. You find there's somebody there putting on the flag.
Yes.
Remember that one?
The ministerial standard.
Bro, what I think is the things you then see, the office that you're then ushered into, the vehicle you are driven with, and everything that we in the public don't know that come with this job. Something wait a moment. No, I think I was wrong.
Yeah. No, this government is working, guys. What do you mean?
I was wrong.
I actually see the sense in some of these things.
I made a mistake. In fact,
I think something must have been terribly wrong.
No. I was misinformed.
Yeah. By the way, I was misinformed.
Yes. This government, they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
And all those
this plan is very solid.
No. The report I was reading was wrong.
I didn't get the full picture.
In fact, the report, that was not the accurate one. And that was for another. So, again, this is our politics.
Yeah. You know, even as a CS, when you're getting into your vehicle, someone opens the door for you. See, kama mimi, saa zingine, my jalopy, the door doesn't work. I have got to kick it before it opens.
Paul, for you, it's you who has to open that door.
But huyu mwingine, mulango, sasa umeingia GKC.
Bro, have you ever been to those offices?
Yes, I've traveled to, I've visited.
The building, First of all, there's like a building that you are not, nobody's going to allow you to get in that lift.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh yes, there's that elevator that is specific for the waziri.
Na inafikaga huko tip. Okay.
Inaenda direct, akifungua hivi anaingia kwa ofisi.
Yes. And then you walk in, and first of all, it's like a small waiting room there. Okay. In fact, it's kumbi hapa.
Yes.
And then there's a lady will come and ask you, na wewe ni saying, okay, wewe unaweza kapo kuna gazeti, kuna chai hapo.
Do you want tea? Some sausages, bacon, mayai.
Na hiyo chai, by the way, there's more milk in it than there's water.
Right. Actually, it's pure milk.
And then unakaka. The PS comes to greet you. You go to his office.
Yeah.
Bro, it's not. You don't go to his office. Kuna office ya PA yake.
Yes.
PA ako na ofisi.
Right.
When you walk in that office, that guy's sitting over there. It's not near the door. No, there's a distance.
Yeah.
You don't haven't gone to the minister's office yet.
Not yet.
Same. You don't just walk in the minister's office. Hapana. Kuna PA hapo. There are many people there.
But they've never understood. They usually have like 4 secretaries.
Oh yes, they are. And then there's somebody who will come to you and tell you, yes, now when you are here, okay, ngoja kidogo, atakuona sasa hivi ka chini. PA.
Yeah,
pia ako na watu wake. Yeah, pia ako na PA wake. The real PA akuna PA.
The PA has a team.
Akuna team. When you're ushered in,
yes.
If it's one of these well-mannered officials,
yes,
the fellow actually opens the door and welcomes you in.
Right.
Okay. Again, the desk not next to the door. It's kule. Then there are two sofa sets. So you're not going to sit at the desk. You're sitting on the delightful leather sofa sets. Okay. Some water for you. Some tea for you. Have you had breakfast?
Yeah.
Yes, I've had breakfast.
Right.
But a little biting is in order. You look at all this. Even you feel different.
Right.
Now this is where this guy comes every day.
Daily.
Any criticism he may have of the government.
Gone. It's a wrap.
Washed, bro.
Sasa hata utaanza kuongeaje mbaya.
The cleansing process begins that lift. No, it began with the vehicle.
Yes.
The lift cleanses more.
Yeah.
As he walks through, all these people who are waiting to greet him.
You're converted. You're transfigured.
It's a transfiguration. Just keeps going on. Tell me in the office.
There's a time my dad had an accident, so we went to see Honorable Charity Ngilu. At the time, she was our MP, and then she was a minister. Bro, tulienda kwa hiyo ofisi. You know the carpet is this thick. Forget this carpet of us who natembeanga, there's no difference with the concrete.
In fact, you may find that your shoe is actually more comfortable than the carpet.
Bwana, that carpet is this thick. When you walk on it, it's like you're walking on air. Yeah. So anyway, we saw our MP, and when you get into that office, you see all those things you've described. 4 secretaries, and you're wondering,
every once in a while you'll find an office with a guy sitting in the corner over there.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we got
and this guy never really looks up. He's just busy.
So we got in there, Ngilu is our neighbor back in Shags. So tumeingia people stories imechacha, tumechapa story, tumeongea nini. Tea is brought there, you take all the, and then I was younger, I was in high school at the time. Bwana, the goodies in that office, my friend, you don't want to leave. And especially for someone like me.
You're in secondary school?
I was in secondary school.
The appetite. The amount of food you can put away.
Bas, unaambia kijana, eat. But that's besides the point. So the point is, Bona, she just picked up the phone and she asked the secretary, get me the PS. Bona, PS alikuja hapo. That's when I understood power.
So you saw power, PS.
PS anasamanua anakuja hapo ni kama bunduki.
They don't actually walk. You can see it on a trot. He enters the office.
And then they don't just...
No. There's like a posture they have.
There's no mambi-pambi.
The post.
The other guy stands, there's a way, and they recognize the authority.
And his hand is when he's standing, and the inclination of the neck,
and everything
as he's listening
is yes, madam. No, madam. Yes, madam. No, madam.
This is a PS.
Says sausage in hand, you're looking at this guy, you're like, I usually see this guy on TV speaking very authoritatively. He's now here. Yes, sir. No, madam. Yes, madam. Long story short, we sorted out the issue that had taken us there, but that's when I understood what real power is. And I thought I knew it all when President Kibaki came to Kenyatta University. They were doing some groundbreaking ceremony for now Kenyatta University Hospital. There's a time when everyone has stood up. Kalonzo, that time, was the vice president. Amekuja ameongea yake, nothing much. There's no razzmatazz, nini. But when the president was called upon,
everybody stands up. Everybody.
Watu walisimama, hata mimi nikasimama zile na shanga. Is the place on fire? He stood up and then there was pin drop silence until he got, you remember he was old, so there's a way he was walking. By the time he got to the microphone, that akasema haya munaweza kuketi sasa. That's when I was like, OMG. If this is a president, what would happen if I stand before God? Because, my friend, even the atmosphere, yet you even the air is very different at that place. I don't get it, man.
You actually find that you need less oxygen to survive. Because yet breathing, when I breathe limitedly.
Utaki kubreathe vibaya. But that's why I'm saying it's very difficult when you're in that position to just give up that power.
It's a transformative process, my friend. You then understand why people fight so hard to be in those positions. You are not an ordinary Kenyan. And if you're not careful, you will actually be far removed from what the ordinary Kenyan knows,
experiences.
believes. Yes,
Yeah.
you would be moved.
I wouldn't be shocked, and I wouldn't even take offense if our CSs do not know how much sugar costs. They don't know, like, real. What I sugar in imported in tons, like in the normal supermarket. I wouldn't be shocked if a CS or a PS doesn't even know the cost of bread. Because bro, mali wako, I don't even think they do their own shopping.
In this day and age, you don't need to. You just write the list. Somebody will be sent. You know, that driver does nothing but drive you, just so that you understand.
Yeah, and run errands for you.
You've gotten me. You've understood me perfectly. In a time gone by.
Yes.
Okay. Kenyatta Moi era. By the time you are a minister, you don't have one vehicle allocated to you. I don't know about now.
Yes.
You have several. And since there were GK number plates, you had vehicles allocated to you with private number plates. It wasn't one. Some offices, there was even a lorry allocated to you in case you want to move things.
Yeah.
Okay. Now the people who really had allocations, you're a commander, say, of the Navy.
Yeah.
The private number plates allocated to you are many. If as your chief of general staff, so you have 17 cars allocated to you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's they want to make sure that your life is comfortable, because this job you do and the responsibility is heavy.
It's heavy
on behalf of the nation.
Yeah.
Okay. Those positions, you even understand why people never want to leave them, and that's why when you hear of people who have decided that they want to leave it, you are grateful to them. You see, there are what you call Tonje rules. Tonje actually operationalized something I'm told General Mahmoud Mohammed is the one who had begun. Yes, that was his vision. He's the one who said, you know, this job of ours, it is important that people get to a certain position and
retire.
Because that Mahmoud had been there for a long time.
Yeah.
But that rule wasn't there. Tonje, who took over from him, realized, this one, we have our rules, it's clear. You unafanya, unatoka, unaenda.
Unaachia yule mwingine.
Yes, wacha mwingine. There's something beautiful to be said about not law and order, but a tradition of discipline and a tradition of processes. So there's no ifs and buts. It is known. When you're in this age, when this happens, it is known. So when you enter that system, you also know.
Yeah.
There's no ifs and buts. You know.
You know, Francis Muthara was known as one of the most powerful people in the government at his time.
Bro, when you are head of the public service,
Manzi.
No, sorry, head of the civil service. My friend, you are number 3. You're like essentially you're a prime minister.
Yeah.
Yes.
A few years back, it must have been 2022. I was in Meru with an in-law of mine. And he gave me the drive around Meru just to show me, this is Kinoru Stadium, sijui wapi.
Amkwenda mpaka
kwa Miraa. Hatukwenda kwa Miraa.
Oh, town too.
But your place iko na miraa mingi sana. Bushes are just there.
Okay.
Yeah. So we went.
I'm thinking of Maua. You know.
Not kwenda Maua.
Anyway, just tell me the story. Let me not interfere with your story.
So he told me, but acha nikuoneshe mali Karen ya Meru inakuanga. So he took me around and told me hapa ndio fulani anaishi. Hapa hii ni nyumba ya sijui nani. Hii ni ya governor sijui mgani. Hii ni ya former water PS fulani hapa. Then now we got to Muthaura's residence. Akanambia hapa sasa. Hapa ndio kwa Muthaura. Bro, just as we were driving past the gate, guess who opens the gate? Muthaura. He was in slippers. He was in some sweatpants. And then, because our window was down, I don't know how they know each other with this guy. Akamsalimia, mkubwa habari yako. And the guy was so excited. Hey, mambo poa. And I was like, this is Muthaura. This is Muthaura.
He was known to be a very self-effacing man.
And
a very humble man.
And a story.
But let me tell you something. Most people who be in that position tend to be fairly
effacing.
Oh yes, they are. They are. You don't see much of them. Ni watu wanafanya kazi yao. And they are as powerful as can be. But you won't see it.
I was expecting that if anyone opens that gate, first of all, it is his bodyguards or a guard or someone. Then, they walk out with him, maybe open the gate because now he's driving out with the guy was just coming out to breathe in fresh air because it was on a Saturday morning.
Let me tell you, people who've lived an honest life, continue living that honest life.
Yeah.
They have no quarrel with the people, and such a person can walk into the marketplace and is greeted.
Guy walked out with slippers. Unaona zile slippers unavaanga ukienda kwa bafu. Hizo ndizo jamaa alitoka nazo and aka loose t-shirt, and I was like, no way. No way.
People who actually know what their job entails and the responsibility it bears tend to be very humble people. Because the weight of responsibility is enormous, man.
Yeah.
And they also tend to be peoples. Ni watu who know shida za watu. They are easy to access. Namna hiyo.
Yeah. Me, I thought I'd see people flocking to his gate. Now, hey, mheshimiwa this, mheshimiwa that. Nothing, bana. The guy just walked out. He said hi to us, and then we exchanged a few words. Hey, uko poa, hey, and then okay, sawa, okay, later. And I was like, wait a minute, did we just smooth out? Anyway, that was that. I guess my whole expression here is about the power that is in these offices, and my oh my. And like I told you, mimi sitashtuka if right now I meet even say even a governor wa Kitui, Dr. Malombe, na nimuulize unajua mkate ni pesa ngapi?
No, forget that one. These people are difficult to access now. My early childhood was spent in Nakuru. And on our way to school, we would pass by some flats called Moi flats.
In Nakuru?
Yes. Moi lived there actually.
Yeah.
In the evenings, you'd see him. He would be taking a walk. We're from school. You actually see him taking a walk with a kabuti, and he'd greet you and talk to you. It's only realized, hiya, and he was a vice president.
Yes.
I was talking to the vice president.
Yeah.
But later, at the university, we went to Kabarak on a number of occasions, and every occasion we went to Kabarak.
Yes.
We were asked to go and see the president. You have never seen a more self-effacing man.
Okay.
The man pours tea for you until you're not sure whether you should drink that tea or not. No, honestly. You feel something is wrong here. And then they brought some boiled maize.
Right.
Then they brought... He's serving you and he's saying,
Nataka uweze kukunywa chai upate nguvu. Vijana wanabagwa na nguvu.
You're thinking this is the president of the country and he's pouring tea from here.
Unataka sausage ngapi?
Easy going. You know what was funny? The girls, our fellow students who went with, they were so happy, they were laughing, they were talking. I realized, this man, if this is a man, if you talk about a man who understood and had a common touch, those early leaders, even Jomo, Jomo had a common touch.
Okay.
Hanging out with just ordinary wananchi, and sitting and drinking whatever soup I'm told he used to like drinking.
Yes.
But you see, it is why they were able at independence to move the country in a direction that now fostered the unity.
Yeah.
Because these are people who are in touch with wananchi. They were in touch. They never lost touch.
If there's anyone I think who had like proper touch with Mwananchi is the late Raila Odinga. I was working in Kisumu and there's one time we were at Imperial Hotel having lunch. Then Raila walked in. Bro, that place became dark. Because it was like the people that he came in with literally clouded the windows. We couldn't see. Juu walikuanga watu wengi. Alafu venye alikuwa natoka, because he came, we said hi to him because the table we were sitting at, he sat like 3 tables away from us, and someone went and introduced him and told him, hey, these guys are
watu
wa media wanafanya kazi, so wataka kukusalimia upigwe picha na wao. And I was like, hey, ambie kuje. So we took that photo with him. We exchanged a few words,
some pleasantries.
Akatuambia, so mnafanya kazi iko namna gani? Tukaongea hiyo story kaisha. But my friend, we couldn't leave that building until Raila left.
Yes.
Sasa umemaliza kukula, tumekula samaki, tumekula ugali, but bro, now there's no leaving until Raila leaves. Well, luckily he didn't stay there for long. I think he had his lunch, and in about an hour's time he exited the building. But my friend, alitoka hivi nje, ile mbogi kwa point inangojea Raila.
And many of them just want to see him. Not even talk to him.
Yeah, they were chanting things in Luo. I couldn't understand, but I was like,
they're just happy to see him.
It's like, what on earth is this? Kalonzo anakujanga kitu na hiyo mambo
hakuna.
Hiyo razmatazi yote zero.
Maybe it's not Kalonzo, maybe it's your people. They don't believe that razmataz.
Watu wako busy wakifanya mambo ingine.
Let me tell you, but Moi used to pull similar crowds. More so after he stopped being president. Moi appears.
Yeah.
People go wild.
Yeah, even that happens with Uhuru nowadays.
Precisely.
Yeah.
But Uhuru had charm.
He did. You remember those days he used to drive himself and appear in traffic somewhere?
Yes.
Anateremsha tu kioo kidogo, anawasalimia habari yenu, mko salama? Haya sawa. And everyone would go wild. There's a time he I think it was on Haile Selassie. People just crowded his vehicle. They didn't hurt him, they didn't say nothing to him. He said,
no, but they're happy to see him.
Kuna mtu alimpatia kikombe akamwambia, "Mdhamaki siweke kitu." Then you know the way he would laugh in a cheeky way, like then he went back into his vehicle and that G-Wagon of his. But it was a very interesting moment because he imagine alitokezea akasalimia watu akawagotea akawaongelesha, then mtu akamwambia na kikombe mnene eka kitu hapa. He just laughed and he was like we got into his car and
you know.
Yep.
There's something to be said about our politics and our politicians as well. The ones who mess up the system are the ones who are not in touch with people. Would you say President Ruto is a people person?
Who? Ruto?
Yes.
Is a people person? I would say he is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you say Maraga is a people person?
No, I wouldn't.
Would you say Matiang'i is a people person?
No, I wouldn't.
Would you say Kalonzo is a people person?
No, I wouldn't.
Would you say Jimmy Wanjigi is a people person?
Jimmy hata sasa sijui mwana kwa rally. Sijui mwana kwa rally. You see, the reason I said, for example, I've said Kalonzo is not a people person because he's always doing pressers in hotels, hardly doing rallies. Apart from the other day, he went to, where was it again? Kajiado, I think, kama sijui Narok. Matiang'i as well, always in a vehicle, uko juu. But ile kuenda chini, kusalimia watu, kukunywa chai na wao, kutengeneza githeri nao. That one, unfortunately, in those people that you've asked, I haven't seen. But Ruto, I have seen him going into a restaurant, kibanda, having ugali.
Even wayside, mama wanachoma mahindi.
Anasimama, anauliza ni ngapi? Haya, nipatie hiyo. Mnataka? Haya, kujeni pia wapia. Hiyo ni pesa ngapi? Anawapatia keep change.
In short, stock imeisha.
Exactly. Keep change. That one I have seen Ruto do. I have seen that Raila has done yes. Kibandas. Yes. Who else in that list of you? Maraga I haven't seen, unfortunately. All these other guys you've mentioned, they are always on top of vehicles. Rigiji is a people person. That one I can say without a doubt. He's a people person. Unajile kuinteract na watu kuketi, mu share whatever it is that you have.
You can actually tell a people person in the way people responded to them. There is always an element of fanaticism attached to that. Yes.
You see, even I feel like some of these leaders either fear the public or they have a very weird perception of who the public
No, it's partly it's personalities. Yes, partly it's personalities. You know, there are people who like being around people. Raila was one of such. He enjoyed it. Moi was another. Okay? Uhuru liked having people around him. Now, the other fellows that we mentioned, if you don't like having people around you, and you're a private person,
and not people that you are aides. No, we're talking about common mwananchi.
Yes, but that requires, you see, there are people who've lived private lives or whatever they were doing, but they were not known to go to public places where people see them. So people perceive you to be a certain type of person. Okay? Who in the club na watu. These clubs people join, Impala, huonekani huko. Okay?
Football matches.
Huonekani. Now, people associate you with themselves when you attend the functions that they attend.
Yeah.
Yes.
But then ni kweli. Hapo ndio tutakumbuka. Unakumbuka ile siku ilikuja game ya Gor. Unakumbuka ile siku ilikuja game ya Impala, Harlequins, whatever.
You see, there's this gentleman who has declared he wants to be governor of Kitui.
Yeah.
That gentleman, from everything I've heard, is somebody who, when you're bereaved and he comes to your funeral, it's not that he's on his way somewhere. That's where he has come to.
He comes
and he sits.
Namna chill.
Now you tell me.
Yeah.
One Peter Kaluma mentioned something about Kalonzo and why he likes Kalonzo. So when his father died, Kalonzo went to see him. And Kalonzo sat then the whole day. See, people remember those things because it's a moment that you remember. It's something that mattered to you.
Yeah.
It's a moment that is close to your heart. So you remember. People think it is foolhardy to attend funerals. Actually, it is not. When someone is bereaved, they are at a position of emotional vulnerability like none other.
Yeah.
Say someone has lost a parent. Actually, they're besides themselves. That person will appreciate immensely somebody who takes the time to go and spend time with them, because they know full well it's not as though this person doesn't have things to do. They know, but they've chosen and taken the time to spend time.
You're right about Dr. Makali, who wants to be governor of Kitui. But that guy comes and sits with you and during the entire process, kama ni kanisa mpaka muziki, kama ilikuwa ni mazishi, akikuja harusi atakaa mpaka harusi ishe. Si wale wanakujanga then after his speech he vamooses no. He came, for example, for my auntie's graduation as she was getting her PhD. The guy stayed there the entire time. Tulikula kila kitu na after that we danced and he bounced. The time my grandmother passed away, he came, stayed with us until the burial was over. He had to go attend to something else. Guess what? The wife remained behind. Na tulikaa na bibi yake. Mimi nilienda nikalala nikaacha bibi yake hapo. Wakichapa story na akina madhe. Like me, I was tired. I was like, guys, I gotta go. They stayed there. According to my mom, they were leaving at around 3 a.m. That's when now she was going now to her place, and because they were like, okay guys, now we really need to sleep. Now we need now to go. And so kuna there are people in my opinion who when they ask for leadership, it's not just for the sake of asking for it.
No, they've actually demonstrated. But you see, these are the same things we ask of those who seek the highest office in the land. What is it that they've demonstrated that tells you that they're in touch with the people? Not are people in touch with them. No. The crowds tell you people are in touch with you. Okay?
Yeah.
Are you in touch with them? You see, people choose. This thing that people think that you need to cause people, you don't. People decide. There's something about you that they like. And that's it. Then unless and until you prove otherwise, they will follow you. But the thing is, are you in touch with them? Are you a people person? Because if you're not,
forget this leadership.
My friend, even if you attain that position, you will not do anything that will help change their lives. You won't.
And you see, by the way, when you interact with the people, that's when you know what is actually ailing them.
Yes.
That's when you know what they need.
Yeah, because they'll tell you.
Ukikaa na watu wenye hawana stima, you're like, "Enye guy, this is how people survive here on a daily. On a daily." It will force you to do something about it.
Yes.
But if you're there, hata ujui bei ya mkate ni ngapi, there's a problem.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Plans to make education free from kindergarten to university in Kenya face major challenges, including funding, infrastructure, and teacher preparedness. Elimu Bora Working Group advisor Boaz Waruku says Kenya has the resources to provide quality education, but needs political goodwill, accountability, and proper planning. Waruku says this is necessary to ensure free education becomes a reality rather than just a campaign promise.
What is lacking is that political goodwill and the discipline to deliver it once declared. Because look at 2002, Kibaki saying and his team making that free primary education to be
a reality,
a campaign agenda. Indeed, we expect this to be a serious campaign agenda.
Yes.
That we want to make education free for everyone from kindergarten to university. It should be a campaign agenda for 2027, not rhetorically where people just pronounce and then they are not made to account. Like even when the president talks, he should be aware that he should not just be talking loosely. People take his words very seriously. And in fact, the Constitution binds him not to be making such pronouncements just off the cuff, to write it. I think that's Article 135 of the Constitution, that every decision, pronouncements that he makes should be written and signed.
The Kenya National Highways Authority has started the process of finding a private operator for the Nairobi-Mombasa road. The plan is part of a proposed public-private partnership. Kenya is seeking a consultant to conduct feasibility studies and advise on the transaction before private operator is selected. Opposition leaders led by Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka were in Kitui County on Monday, where they reiterated their commitment to working together to dislodge President William Ruto from power in next year's general election. In Kitui, Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna also continued with the same political message, drumming up support for the Linda Mwananchi movement.
Kenya needs a government that remembers its word and keeps it. This is the spirit behind our 13-point agenda, the people's budget, a covenant, not a slogan.
Kama tumetembea miaka 4 pamoja, hii miezi 11 imebaki ndio tutagawanyika. We want to assure you we are determined and we are focused to complete this journey together.
Basic Education Principal Secretary John Ololtua is calling on education stakeholders to play a more active role in maintaining peace and stability in schools. Speaking at Hema Chitago Senior School in Masaba South Sub-County in Kisii County, Ololtua said the government is working to improve the learning environment in schools. He also highlighted efforts to provide more resources to schools through increased capitation.
Ni mambo ya walimu. Hiyo mambo ya promotion, mnajua ya kwamba Mheshimiwa Rais ameweka hiyo budget na TSC imeshatangaza. Tutatembea pamoja na TSC tuone kile tunaweza kuwafanyia. Ombi langu tu ni moja, ya kwamba tushikane pamoja, amani ikuwe katika mashule yetu, tabia nzuri ikuwe katika mashule zetu, na mambo ya kusoma vizuri. Sisi kama serikali tutafanya jukumu yetu.
At least 13 people have been killed in Ukraine drone attack in Russia's Tatarstan region, according to local officials. One child is among those killed, while 75 others were injured. The drone struck the city of Nizhny-Nikamsk, more than 1,100 kilometers from the Ukrainian border. Ukraine's military says an oil refinery in the city was also hit. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
All right, a very good morning to you. Welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 7 minutes past 9 o'clock. And my name is Mungala Mbuvi. In this particular hour, we want to look at what Kenyans should be watching between now and the next general election. Na kama kawaida, our guest is in studio. He is a presidential candidate of the Liberal Democratic Party. That is none other than Professor Fred Ogolla. Professor, good morning and welcome back. Umepotea sana mpaka nilikuwa na shanga. Ai, Fred alitoka Kenya akaenda kwingine ama namna gani?
Si lazima uende ground. You must go to the ground.
Ground ama underground?
Both. Sometimes you go underground. Because when Jesus went underground, he became more powerful than when he was actually on the ground.
But you know Jesus went to hell. Specifically, he went to hell.
But sometimes we have to pass through hell. If you don't know hell, how do you know heaven? Because you see, I'm a philosopher.
Yes, you are.
You have to understand life in opposites. When you see the absence of God,
yes,
then actually you can actually appreciate the presence of God. When you experience darkness, then you know why light is important.
You appreciate light.
When you see poverty, then you can actually appreciate wealth.
Very true.
And once you go back to poverty from wealth, then you know exactly where you're coming from. So life must be, you must live in all these parts of life.
Yes.
You must be underground, on the ground, and on top of the ground.
You know, we're talking about presidents and them knowing or not knowing the price of bread. Do you know the price of bread, Professor?
I know it depends on how many kgs you're talking about.
Okay.
Because breads are on different sizes.
Right.
I remember this question came when Raila Odinga was running against Uhuru Kenyatta. In that, actually why it was stark reality to me. And from that day I decided to know the price of bread.
Yes.
It was the day when Raila was running. Then a presidential debate where Mudavadi was, Uhuru was, Mwite was, Martha Karua was. Then someone asked the audience, what's the price of unga? And everybody was guessing. It was guesswork.
Yeah,
I know the price of bread.
Okay.
Remember, I'm an economist, and we analyze what's called the prices of products and see how they impact economy. Actually, I've been advocated by saying, before we pass the finance bill, before we pass any economic thing, we need to do what's called household impact assessment report to know how, if you increase this, how it affects the household budget. And I find that this one for me is important to know, because if you don't know that if you raise taxes by this amount, some people start eating 2 slices instead of 3.
Yes.
I remember when I was a young boy, Moi did something that I cannot forget. They went to, every time Moi used to read prices for commodities, Moi never read budgets.
Okay.
They say mkate itakuwa shilingi 2, maziwa itakuwa shilingi 1, na chumvi itakuwa. That was the budget day. I think remember those days, eh? Well, good old days, by the way.
I was very young at the time.
Yeah, so
yes.
There's a time they decided not to increase the price of bread, but reduce the size. So I was a boy in a family of 11. So when they said the bread will move from 250 grams to 90 grams, and I used to eat 1 slice, I saw that I want it. Because you see, when they reduce the size of the bread, unaona yako imeisha. Like you see, life is growing up is interesting. Like I grew up in a house of 11. When they slaughter a chicken, you know it is the leg and the intestine which is yours.
Yes.
So wakifukuza kuku, you're not looking at the chicken, you're looking at the size of the leg. And imagine the size of the intestine, because that's your food.
Yes.
So my brother used to target the wings. Then somebody targets the leg. The back was for my father. You understand?
Right.
So you know where you belong. So when they said that kuku ni kidogo, wakifukuza kuku kidogo, najua mguu itakuwa kidogo. So that's how life is.
Ulikuwa unaona suffering in advance, unasema sasa hizi ni gani?
Yes.
Ama unasema ati hapana, msikimbishe ile, kimbisheni wengine. All right, Professor, tunajua tunakuanga na methali. So CT will give you one from Tunisia. You will tell us your thoughts on it, and then we get into the conversation of Kenya's future.
But before we go, CT, I don't know, anytime somebody posts a poster, I'm coming here, they send so many greetings. I don't know. You're more popular than the president. You worry people.
I personally like flattery, and I want to thank you very much for pandering to my love for flattery.
No, actually I can show you text messages.
Wanakwambia endo
say
city.
Hi to City.
Thank you very much. Those who sent greetings, I send greetings back to you. And I thank you for giving my friend, Professor Fred Ogola, the greetings to give me. Fred Ogola is my friend.
Yes.
So you knew well that the greetings would get to me.
Zitafika.
Yes.
Na zimefika kwanza in public.
Na nimeshukuru sana sana sana.
In case mtu aseme lakini unasalimianga siti wewe.
Yeah.
Now they know.
Yeah.
But I can't be more popular than the president. That is not possible.
It
But
depends.
thank you.
Popular for good things, you're better, but popular for other things, we can discuss.
Carthage.
Yes, we are in the Republic of Tunisia. Tunisia is part of the Maghreb. Tomorrow I'll talk to you a little bit more about the Maghreb so that you understand what the Maghreb means and what that region encompasses. That region of North and West Africa
Yes.
are interesting because they are countries that are part of the Maghreb. They are those who they are countries that are part of the Sahel. Okay, but that is a story for tomorrow.
Maghreb ni magharibi.
Yes, it is, but there's a history behind it.
Okay.
Yes, that is what I will want to delve into, so that when someone tells you this is part of the Maghreb, you have what we call a holistic understanding of it. But thank you for that input.
Yes.
The proverb is a simple one. The neighbor before the house. That's the proverb. The neighbor before the house.
The neighbor before the house means that the neighbor is more important than the house. It could mean many things. If you're looking for a house, you better care more about who is going to be your neighbor than maybe how good the house will be. And also remember when I was growing up, this was about Abdul, whom he was on the first floor, somebody was on the ground floor. And the guy on the ground floor was not greeting the guy on the ground floor. And he was eating nice food on the first floor, but ignoring even giving food to the neighbor on the ground floor. Then one day, the guy said, today, the guy on the ground floor said, today I'm moving. And I'm moving plus my ground floor. So the guy on the upper floor was so scared that he might actually collapse. So I'm sure he's simply trying to tell people that the neighbor before the house. And Nairobians need to know this more because Nairobians don't greet their neighbors. Thank you. In Mombasa they say habari jirani. Lakini hapa Nairobi ukisalimia jirani kama unataka msaada.
Ati habari yako siti sina. Okay. Professor, yeye nimependa hiyo. Huyu jamaa alikuwa anataka na first floor yote, I mean na ground floor.
Anasema mimi naenda.
That guy is selfish.
Abaki na hiyo gorofa yake.
Ground floor imeenda. Akikula kuku zake.
Yes.
All right. So Professor, the direction that this country of ours is taking, I don't know what do you think? A lot has been said and done in the last couple of days, including the presidential state of the nation. First of all, what did you make of his new proclamation on Kenya needing a new vision?
First of all, it is so heartbreaking to hear him say that, because I've been a victim of it in person. Because remember in 2021, when I said, when they came with the bottom-up economic model, and I said that this will not take Kenya anywhere. Because I was an economist at the European Central Bank. When Joe Biden approached us as economists to help him come with an economic idea, Joe Biden started running a long time ago. Remember, I went to do my PhD in 2008, when Obama was actually being elected that very year.
Yes.
So Joe Biden knew 2008 that's going to run for president after Obama. So he started approaching economists to come with an economic idea. So this is called bottom-up, middle-out. So we analyzed it with algorithm and found it can't work. Because bottom-up came with this misnomer from what is called the fortune in the bottom of the pyramid, written by Pahalad, who is a professor from India, who said there's a fortune in the pyramid, the bottom of the pyramid, the Kadogo economy. They said if you find a way on which the people in Kibra can buy Coca-Cola, that's why you see when you go to Kibra, you find Coca-Cola, you find people put products in sachets where you can
buy. The Kadogo economy.
Yes, and it's very expensive, by the way, because you are buying mostly a package. For example, if you go and buy a sachet of salt, isn't it? The packaging is 60% of the cost of the salt.
Okay.
So if your money is going more into buying the packaging, the people who are producing the package makes more money than people bring salt. Remember when you grew up in Kibra, salt was never bought in sachets. used to go with the container. Unachotewa na kijiko.
Inapimwa.
Yeah, sasa unanunua chumvi. Haununui package ya chumvi. So I still tell people, Kibra, let's go back to where we were, my brother. We grew up there.
Let me ask.
Yeah.
Just conversation. What about cooking oil? Was it also PIMWAD?
The same way.
Okay, thank you.
So the same way, people who do packaging now are selling for us packets of packaging, not the content. What do you want? Do you want salt, or you want a package for salt? Sugar, oil. You can name it. Even mandar. Unajua mandar ni nini? Curry.
Turmeric.
Curry turmerics.
Yes.
We used to buy them. Unabeba container yako. Unawekewa.
Yes.
So you don't buy the container.
Yeah.
But these people have come with this and saying there is a fortune in the pyramid of selling to us packaging. Coca-Cola kwa nini? Kadogo. We used to go for football or unataka juice inawekwa kwa ndoo. Kila mtoto anabeba nini? Kikombe. Siku hizi ni chupa.
Yeah.
So we don't want to sell to people things they don't need. So that's why we analyze, say that bottom up cannot work. Prahalad is right on the fortune of the pyramid, but he was wrong on one thing. When we talk about fortune of the pyramid, he believes there's a market. And we said economically that a market cannot be people who have no buying power. If the people at the bottom of the pyramid, they are very poor, they have no spending power, we can't call them a market. You can't sell an iPhone to someone at the bottom. So an iPhone does not see the bottom as a market. So there's a misnomer on this thing economically.
Okay.
So when he told the president he's wrong, isn't it? I went to the media. What happened to me? They came after my neck in Strathmore and I lost my job. And I was right, isn't it? So when he says, now let us come with a new economic charter, which means this is wrong. So the question I can ask the president,
yes,
does he believe that he was wrong and now he believes he can be right?
From my understanding, this is a new vision to continue from where Vision 2030.
But why did we need that? Why did we need the bottom up when Vision 2030 was there? Uhuru came with the Big Four, Agenda 4. Big Four agenda, isn't it? It was derailing us from there. Of course, Kibaki sort of, Uhuru sort of was closer to Vision 2030. But what happened, what wrong was that Vision 2030 had midterm plans and there was nothing like housing at that point, isn't it?
In the Vision 2030?
No, in midterm plan 4. You know, we are under midterm plan 4 now.
Yes, we are.
Uhuru ran as in midterm plan 2 and 3, isn't it? So during those terms, the most important thing reform was education. It was not infrastructure.
So are you saying, so we can get it, I can get it right?
Yeah.
Are you saying that for example, the Big Four agenda, was it not plugging into the whole ideology of Vision 2030?
Wrong time. Why are we having broken education system? According to Vision 2030, to fix fast was education system. So this CBC would have been done in Uhuru 1, 2013, 2017.
Okay.
Isn't it? If you didn't fix education there, but put money on infrastructure, you miss the point. You can't climb a ladder from the top.
Okay.
Now, bottom up also was based on nothing. Because bottom up was meant to, after we have done the education system streamlined, isn't it? We come with industrialization, manufacturing, a productive economy. Then the bottom can breathe. You get me? But the bottom has no oxygen. You get me? How can they breathe? How come the Mama Mboga who was supposed to buy a plane have not managed to? Isn't it?
They were to buy a plane?
Yeah, they were told that if you buy a motorcycle, motorcycle will give you a matatu, then you'll buy a bus, then a bus will give you an aeroplane. Is it not what they were told? So how can you buy an aeroplane in an economy that cannot produce toothpaste?
Okay.
Isn't it? How can you buy an economy that imports sugar, imports millet? By now, according to Vision 2030, we are supposed to be having what's called reducible balance of trade. By now, we should be exporting more than importing. The Kenya shilling should have been stronger by now because we are producing more and people want to purchase the Kenya shilling in order to purchase the Kenyan product. So we have lost that. So in this, why are you asking me, what question should we be asking? What should we be watching?
Yes.
We should not watch politics, we should watch the economy. Simply. Watch the economy.
Right.
Don't watch politicians, watch the economy.
So when they were giving us all these plans of theirs, the Big Four agenda, the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, you want to tell me that they were not in line with the specific MTPs, the medium plans, the midterm, plans?
Medium plans, you see, where Vision 2030 is a big thing, isn't it? 2030, that is a long time. But it was supposed to be done in priority. You know, what we are lacking in Kenya is economic prioritization. And I ask you a question now, Bovi.
Yeah.
If you have no job, you have no degree.
Yeah.
You don't have a girlfriend or a wife, isn't it? You have no car. You don't have money. Which will I give you first?
You need to give me a job so that I can feed me and my family. Okay. A degree.
Yeah, so that's where the economic time plan was. First, reform the education system. Let me give you a parallel. China came with one thing and said, we are going to go what's called vocational training first before Chinese industrialized. There's what they call a software, then the hardware. The software is the education. And that's where Kibaki said free primary education in the year 2002. So you see why education was supposed to come first, not building expressway. You get me? Between putting money on a child's brain and putting money on concrete, where do you have the highest ROI?
I would say in the brain of the child.
I'm a professor, not because my father built for us a family house. We had none. We lived in Kebra. But my father struggled, but put money on our education. Our last born works with Doctors Without Borders. He lives in France, sometimes in Barcelona.
Yeah.
But my father died without a bank account, isn't it? He put money on education. He didn't buy for us a family house. So my brother can buy, has built a house in wherever he wants. I don't want to mention his property. You understand? I can buy a house where I want, isn't it? But if they bought for me a house, I could not be able to pay even the service charge, isn't it? You are building for people houses when they have no education, when they have no job. How do they service it? So you see, even Ruto's housing project has been brought forward and forgot the foundation. Chinese came with vocational training. And I can ask you as an economist, do you know why China is the workshop of the world? Where Apple manufactures in China, Samsung in
Same
China.
thing.
Do you know why?
The workforce and the expertise.
Yeah, people say because it's cheaper. The income, per capita income for China is 100 times higher than Kenya. Even South Africa is 7 times larger than Kenya per capita income. So the salary levels in China is high, but companies go to manufacture because if you go to China and ask, can you give me, you go to the US and ask, can you give me tool engineers? Not a tool engineers does. This is an iPhone, isn't it?
Yes.
There are so many chips and microchips here. To assemble together, you need a tool engineer that puts those chips together to make an iPhone, make an iPad, make MacBook Pro. So the vocational training are people who are tooling engineers.
Yes.
So if you go to US and ask, can I get a tooling engineer for a meeting? You can't fill a boardroom in US. But in China, you can fill a stadium. So that's why companies go to manufacture in China.
Yes.
Then everything is said made in China. Isn't it? So in Kenya, if we came with the education system of people capacity to produce, Amaco as, let's say, as a washing machine or as an air conditioner can be assembled in Kenya. You get me? Samsungs, isn't it, can be assembled in Kenya. Then Kenya becomes the workshop of the world. And now Kenya can produce because of the education system. Our education system is giving people paper without being able to solve a single human problem. Can you imagine most of our engineers, professors, cannot solve one single human problem? Tell me which human problem can be solved in UN?
Ngoja kidogo. Say that again. Our professors can't solve what?
A single human problem.
What do you mean by that?
Food security, isn't it? Can they make Kenya produce food? Human problem is not education. Education should help you solve a human problem. Don't tell me you can teach.
But
I can teach.
We have shambas everywhere growing maize and...
No, but they have not been able to come. For example, city, as you go towards Maseno, you find somebody using a stone to crush a stone. You understand? There is no single stone crusher. Do you tell me engineers in University of Nairobi cannot come out with the technology to produce something that can crush stone? I know if you use one right hand to twist a stone from January to December, your right hand will be bigger than the left hand. Then you become disabled. When you slap your wife, you can die. You understand? So I'm simply trying to say that we have professors. Our education system do not produce people can solve human problem. Healthcare.
During COVID, they made those things, ventilators.
No, I mean, I'm sorry about those things of ventilators. Those can be made by anybody. Do not need a discovery.
But
Did you discover?
Daktari, Prof, you're being dismissive. The ventilators were made. They may not even have been up to the standard of countries that have been at this thing for a long time. But it was an innovation that was actually made in Kenya.
Okay.
Did they work? Yes, they worked. Did we produce them in large numbers? We did not. So you are right when you talk about.
We didn't discover them.
We didn't.
No, we didn't. We didn't.
I remember beds were also constructed or manufactured here during COVID-19.
So because of humility, let me reverse by saying that we need discoveries, isn't it? We need to break through technologies. You get me? To make us, there's what called instead called competitive advantage and comparative advantage.
Yeah.
Compared to us, Kenyans, are we more efficient to produce ventilators? No.
Okay.
Because our tech system is too harsh, isn't it? The finished product in Kenya is too expensive that cannot be bought by here. Let's go simple, receipting. Ugandans, don't even talk about US, Ugandans. They produce eggs in Masaka. Transport eggs from Masaka to Busia border and they come to Kenya and they are cheaper than Kenyan eggs, isn't it? We are not competitive. We must be competitive in the global market, isn't it? And that needs education. We have economists in Kenya. They have not given a chance to formulate economic policy that can help Kenya become more competitive.
Yeah.
Economists like me, when I speak, they think about abducting, arresting, isn't it? Firing, threatening, instead of using people with knowledge. And I want to tell the country, Singapore became Singapore because they took the best and brightest. In fact, at any price, Lee Kuan Yew took them from the US, from Canada, come home. For us, we are chasing hours away from home. We are happy when an intelligent man says, now I'm going away. Miguna is a brilliant man. Of course, with other issues, but he's a brilliant man, isn't it? Why is he out of the country? That's a brilliant man being wasted. If you give that Miguna time to think through how to solve certain problems and think about to bash a government, will go far. Gen Zs came with technologies on how to solve the issue of budgeting. They're being abducted, they're being arrested, they're being beaten up. We have never given our intellectuals to thrive. We have a Kenyan who has designed the subway system in UK. In Kenya here, we are now importing someone to give us a policy. We are importing someone to talk about how to do the Nairobi subway, a foreigner. Yet a Kenyan has designed the traffic system in London, one of the most industrialized cities in the world. So I'm simply trying to say that when we bring universities, I like what Traore said. No one will get a PhD in Ivory Coast, Burkina Faso,
yes.
If your PhD cannot produce a factory, cannot produce a product, you can't get a PhD. PhD is not about that you impress your supervisor and they gave you a PhD. So when I talk about the system, I'm not meaning that no one is intelligent, no. I mean our system is not structured to solve a problem. In China, the system structure solves a problem. To get a PhD in China is not a joke. To get a PhD in Germany is not a joke. For us here in Kenya, you just have to do politics, you talk to these guys in the bar, then tomorrow you are passed, isn't it? Okay. That's why a PhD in JK is around 800,000, isn't it? If you go to a place...
Are you sure that... I need you to be certain. When you say a PhD in JKUAT is worth 800,000, are you suggesting that...
Sudi has a PhD, isn't it?
No,
Sudi has a PhD, right?
No,
he graduated PhD the other day.
I think. Do you mean Sudi or Didmas Barasa?
Maybe even Didmas Barasa. So,
and
let me
for
tell
Didmas,
you.
it's Murang'a
So tell
University.
me, do you know the thesis?
I haven't
do you
seen
know
it.
what that thesis has solved?
I haven't seen it. I haven't read it, so I wouldn't.
I don't even know that he has a PhD.
No.
Didmas.
Sudi.
Even Didmas. So when I tell you, when I went to my PhD in Europe, And I'm sorry to say, when I went with the thesis, I used to do my MBA here. I carried my thesis to a Sade Business School.
Okay.
I was on the 49th floor in Barcelona. So I gave my supervisor, this my thesis. Can you convert to a PhD? So he looked at me, he went in through the window and left the PhD from the 49th floor to the ground. And he told me, you know what, Fred, look down there. You see that woman walking there? That man there, they have a problem. From tomorrow, come to me every day, I give you 25 euros. You go have coffee with them until you know their problem and solve it. You have nothing even to be in your PhD. That's why I began. So I solved a problem for a guy from Italy who was importing seeds from US, buying in dollars and selling in euros. And I discovered he was not making profit because he didn't know the FX cost. So I came with say, if you...
By FX, you mean the foreign exchange?
The foreign exchange. Because actually he was not importing seeds. He was not doing FX. Because you are buying in dollars, which is a cheaper currency than euros. So if you buy when the dollar is at its lowest and sell when euro is at its highest, you make more profit. So I came with economic model how to import seeds from US to Spain.
Okay.
Eventually now you can start your PhD because now you understand the business problem. How many professors here are professor entrepreneurship? Then you go to the street saying, bado mapambano, wanataka mshahara. And he's a professor of entrepreneurship, isn't it? I lost my job 3 years ago as a professor of strategy. Have you heard me doing mandamano? It means that I was taught PhD. I have a strategy in my mind. I've been feeding my family for 3 years without a job. Where do I work? Do you know? Any? Nowhere, isn't it? How do I work? Because
I thought you worked at Uzima.
Well, I don't get paid in Uzima. I volunteered to help them champion the medical sciences. I don't get paid from Uzima. I solve business problems for people by giving consultancy, turning around their business, and they pay me. That's what I earn money for.
Okay.
I don't earn money from anyone, from anywhere.
Apart from the consultancy?
Apart from consultancy.
Okay.
Which means I know a business problem, which I learned when I was doing my PhD. Turned around like tomorrow, not tomorrow, today after this, I'm going to Naivasha, do strategic plan for Postbank. Isn't it? That's how I earn my money.
Okay.
And that's why I'm independent. So if you are a professor of strategy and you go to the city to do mandamano, students are watching you shouting mandamano, isn't it? To earn a higher salary. What values are you giving those people?
Okay, on that issue of salary, because if you want to be president, you will deal with these guys doing mandamano, the professors and the doctors. So what would you suggest that they do? Because they have a job to do at the university and they need to be compensated for the time, the energy and the skills that they're providing to their students. So are we saying that we continue paying them pesa kidogo alafu waenda wakafanya consultancy like Professor Ogola?
No. I also teach abroad and I get paid handsomely. But they don't pay me for knowing how to remember the notes I was given when I was doing my PhD. They pay me for bringing an understanding on what I'm doing.
Okay.
Why do you think I go to New York and give a public lecture there? Like I'm going to go on 25th of this month in New York, isn't it? I go there because they understand something that is of my own.
Okay.
For my work in the industry.
So what will you do for the professors in Kenya? Because not all of them will go to New York.
I will ensure that professors have 4 things to do. 1, teaching. 2, research. 3, consultancy. 4, community service. That's what I do. So you cannot be just teaching. Yellow notes. Have you heard about yellow notes?
Yes, I have.
Your professor was taught using some notes, isn't it? Then he passed them on to you. Then use the same notes to teach other people. What are you passing to these people? Do you know the times when your professor was teaching, the economy was different? There was no bottom-up economic model, isn't it? There was no finance bill. Now you are teaching using the notes of Kenyatta era. How can the notes of Kenyatta era help during Ruto era? And that's why the misnomer is they don't do research. How many publications are in a year? Do you know that I publish 4 articles per year, even if I'm not working in a university?
Okay.
And when you publish these articles in scientific journals, you have to do research. I have to understand the economic model. You've heard about evolved model. You heard about Solomonic economics. I was not in Strathmore. I was not teaching for anybody. I was not working anywhere. But I like knowledge. Why should you take people's notes, use them to pass those notes? Then everyone say, let me send you my slides. Then use people's slides. You just slide the people. We want knowledge. So we need to solve human problems. I've told you the Vision 2030, first and foremost, was supposed to change the software in terms of education. Then from there, go into transforming economies like agricultural sector. They will go to the ICT sector. That's why Kibaki brought broadband. And what we are using broadband to do politics now, to do Instagram. TikTok trends more with political stories, not any economic breakthrough, not any scientific breakthrough. If I talk about any breakthrough, like you see, yesterday on Friday, I was a key speaker in a graduation in Thika, in Kasarani. When I put how my speech there, it has got 3,000 views, isn't it? But when I say something against Ruto, it reaches 1 million views. That is not a population that can take us anywhere. We want you to trend for things that can be productive.
Things that build the country.
Yeah. Like now, if I talk about economy, it won't trend. But if I insult somebody, it will trend until tomorrow. You get me? So if we have a society that wants to consume hatred, and that's I have a problem with the current politicians, my brother. Do you know everyone who is running for president is running to settle some scores? Start with Ruto. He's running to prove that he can get a second term. Nothing else. Nothing else to offer. Isn't it? Nitawachapa asubuhi. Sivyo? Sasa kuchapa uta asubuhi, is Kenya winning or you are winning? Go to Gachagua. Nilitolewa kama DP. Lazima iwe ni one term. Sivyo? So he's settling a score. Isn't it? Sifuna, walintoa ODM. Lazima wataona. Sivyo?
But Sifuna wasn't removed from ODM. What happened was
of course,
alitolewa
kwa kiti ya SG.
Yes.
SG. But that's the point. He's settling a score. What made Sifuna is that score, isn't it?
Not because he disagreed, because he started
not
this
because
rebellion,
he has an economic
if we can call
ideology
it
to
rebellion.
transform Kenya. We should be following Sifuna because Sifuna has put himself in this gold mine. Saying after this, it is that. Because if we just elect politicians because of their political scores they want to settle, we will have just changed government but not changed the economic reality of Kenyans. The Kenyan problem is economic. And we need to focus on that question. Like so the question should be asking is that how many jobs have been produced? Isn't it? What's our debt levels? What can be done about it? What about industrialization? Which industries can we be able to build? Education system that can take us back to Vision 2030. What has happened? We should not be again taking promises. Like now I heard something, the agenda should be about, no, political, that's not agenda. The agenda is there. And the agenda is earmarked. If you go to keep answering what they want, they know. The citizens know what they want. We don't want a politician to tell us what they want. They just want you to come and do it. So the charter, national charter for the president is completely misled. Because I can tell Mr. President, go and read the Bible. I usually see you carrying the Bible sometimes, isn't it? David was told by God, your hand is full of blood. You can't build for me a temple. Give the money to your son called Solomon, isn't it? So the president should be telling us about who is the Solomon, not David. David David has lost it, isn't it? Let him go home at all cost. But now Solomon, who is the Solomon? Now, if you look around, all these guys, there's no Solomon so far. All these guys are called them economic nihilists or ideological nihilists. They are not championing any economic ideology different from the president. They're only criticizing him. Criticism is not a solution. Kenyans want to know what will happen in your government, isn't it? And I want to ask Sifuna, as a young man, young is not the issue. You should have the software for this generation. The economic software, we need it. You can't go on TV and say, I don't know economic, I don't know what it is, I'm a lawyer. A lawyer must understand economics, isn't it? And the economics is not something complex of economic modeling. Economic ideology is what's your economic vision. Even a lawyer can have one. Even a parent, you as a man at home, you have economic vision for your family. Must you be an economist? You don't have to.
But even our president is not an economist, but he has hired economists to help drive his better agenda.
No, he has hired people drive economic narrative, not economic agenda. It's different. Narrative is different from an agenda. We see, we are not supposed to be discussing about economic growth, economic development. We should be discussing about how this translates to household. How will you pay less for education or at least have better education after this? How will you access food security better after this?
Okay.
How should the economy, how can we remove insecurity taking place? Like now people are now talking about memorizing Wagala massacre, isn't it?
Yeah.
The economic exclusion of the northeastern people began a long time ago. In fact, Wagala massacre took place because they were the first school after independence was 35 years after independence. Can you imagine that your village, the school came 35 years after independence? Why will you be compared to someone who got education 35 years ago? You get me? So we should be looking for how much jobs should go to Northeastern, how much industry should go there, not blaming them and say, oh, you are governors, you are eating money. Where do they eat their money if there is a desert? You understand why Ethiopia was not colonized. Ethiopia is close to Northeastern, isn't it?
Okay.
You talk about Maghreb. He'll tell about the economic ideology of the Maghreb. There's a reason why they are called the Maghreb. It's not just about the location, the geographical. It's also about the economic architecture of that area. Northeastern was not part of Kenya. Seemingly, people never saw them so. Can you imagine Northeastern at independence? Even now, people read the newspaper 1 week later. Like if Nation comes out today, you read Nation next week.
On Tuesday,
isn't it? How far much behind are you? Now technology with mobile phone, when you slap somebody in town, Northeastern has known.
Yeah.
You see, that was a very big inequality in information and technological communication, education. Before, there was no one who was in government from Northeastern. Now we have the Somali people of Somali ethnic community now in government. You see their faces there. Before there was nobody there. So I even saw the picture from Standard yesterday showing the numbers. And I am a Luo. I'm saying, okay, Luos are not there anymore. Because I see Sifuna there, I see Martha Karua there, I see Rigathi Gachagua, I see Kalonzo, I see Ruto. Matiang'i is there, but Matiang'i is not a Luo. Matiang'i is from Kisii, isn't it? So Luos, I think we are lost. We are not in the map now. Sorry.
Umekuwa categorized as Nyanza nyinyi wote.
No, hatuko kwa map bwana. Wacha tuongee ukweli. Sahi hatuko kwa map.
Lakini prof, hapa wamewekwa kama Nyanza. And the last time I saw Luo and Kisii, that's Nyanza.
Actually, the prof is right. The prof is right on that point.
Tumechujwa. Since Baba left.
The prof is not wrong on that particular point.
Amuko kwa hesabu.
No, if you're going to talk tribal politics, he is right.
So,
but just so we can get rid of that point, the people that have been put there are what someone would consider tribal kingpins. All right.
So which means we don't have one
right now. The Luo people.
So that's what I mean.
Show me one.
We don't have.
Okay.
Oburu Odinga says power, but he has not been put on that map. He's not the national map. But remember when he was
actually to be a kingpin. It is people who choose you. You don't declare yourself the leader. No, they decide. Just look at anyone in this country whom we have referred to as a kingpin. It is the people who mobilize behind them. Yes.
Like Sifuna is a substantive leader now from the Luya community, and they are behind him.
Yes.
The Oburu Odinga was given, and no one is behind him.
Okay.
So anyway, let me go back. Just talk about inequalities here. So Vision 2030 was supposed to look for how Northeastern can become part of Kenya, not just by geographical demarcation, but also enjoy what Kenya is. When we were chasing colonial powers, we had what's called the first liberation. Was about Mau Mau, isn't it? Getting Kenya freedom, first liberation. Second liberation was about political liberation.
Right.
But now they want economic liberation. And I want to tell Kenyans, 2020 discuss about what is the debt. What is the productivity of this country? What's the employment rate and what are the solutions? How can we bring down inflation? Corruption. Like now, can you imagine, my brother, Ruto is telling us that we will be discussing about Vision 2063. Do you know since Ruto became president how much money he has collected in terms of taxes? All the money is 23.4 trillion. Go to KRA, how much has been collected. There's also called revenue from what's called the parastatals, isn't it? Exchequer revenue. I did all that together plus the debt, total to 23.4 trillion. He should be telling us what has he done this money with. Mark my word. Thika Highway was around 600 billion, isn't it? The expressway, those are the mega projects in Kenya since I was born. If you know any, you can tell me.
Okay.
It was around 300 billion, isn't it? SGR was around 600, isn't it? If you add these together, they're not even 1.2 trillion. So what can 23.4 trillion do? And where has it gone? Corruption is eating us. So we should talk about prioritizing. Where should we put money first? Not about Vision 2063. Will your grandmother be alive in 2063, 2060? I don't know.
So.
My grandmother has already reached 99 years, and we are just counting, isn't it? We don't know. I don't think she's interested in 2060. She's interested in seeing her grandchildren being able to go to school now.
Right.
How can they afford food and the rest? So Ruto has collected 23.4 trillion. Where has he put it? ASCC shows that corruption has doubled from Uhuru's years. During Uhuru, we are told we are losing 2 billion per year, isn't it?
Yes.
If it's double, it means it's 4 billion per day. No, not per year, per day.
I think we were told by the last estimates about 3 billion daily.
No, it's 4.
Okay.
So out of the 9 billion we collect every day,
If I may
we are
ask,
losing.
Prof, if I may, where do we get these figures from? Or where do you get the 4 billion figures?
Yes, there's a database.
The ones who've computed and determined that is what we're losing.
Yes, they even tell you which sector. The most corrupt one sector is the security, interior.
Police.
Followed by health, isn't it? They know even who is stealing more. All statistics are there, but they don't want to use it. That's why I told you here when I was here before. When I become president, I will ban EACC with the first stroke of the pen.
Why ban it?
Because it's the washing machine.
But if they are able to give us data that you consider credible, they are not utterly useless.
Data is not important because those data can be done by Kenya Bureau of Statistics. They have them also.
No, Prof. You are telling me that if I were to go to the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics website, I would get the same data that the Ethics and Anti-Corruption
because they get them from there. What happens in government?
Yes, they get it from EACC.
No. It is Kenya Bureau of Statistics that feed them. Let me tell you what this government cheats you about, isn't it? They can come with 50 institutions, isn't it? And each institution are given a mandate, but the regional source is one person. You get me? Now, if it is Kenya Bureau of Statistics, the official statistics of this country by law is Kenya Bureau of Statistics. You get me? Now, everybody gets from there, then given a mandate to report. Look where your money goes, City. EACC has 3.5 billion shillings per year in budget. For the 15 years that have existed, they have not squandered, but actually eaten, because that's the rule. They have not still on the money, but they are given by the exchequer, isn't it? 58.5 billion shillings. EACC. For the 15 years that have existed, they have spent 58.5 billion shillings from the government fund, isn't it? But they have recovered 28 billion. Now, which means we are using 58 billion to recover 28 billion from corruption. Yet we need to recover over 7 trillion from corruption. So my point here is that's a loss-making institution. Those statistics can be provided by Kenya Bureau of Statistics. When you get that figure, you go to the area who sells a chicken, sells 1 million, still 1 billion should go to Central Police like everybody else.
When EACC was set up,
the
Kenya Bureau of Statistics existed.
Yes.
So why do you think it was set up?
It was set up to be a smokescreen. And I'll tell you the reason why. Your problem begins with EACC and ends with EACC. Why? In the county assembly, all the MCAs are vetted by EACC. Do they still or they don't? All your governors are vetted by EACC. All your heads of parastatal, ministers, CSS, PSS, nearly every public state official is vetted by EACC. If the vetting is good, why are we having corruption? So that's where I have a problem, not even the money.
So you are saying that if the vetting was effective, we would have absolutely no corruption?
Ruto would not be president now because of the cases he had, isn't it? There are some governors who would have not been in office today. And also not just that, there are some good people who are blocked by EACC. I'll give you one person I can tell you. He's a small man but does not care. Justice Juma. His vetting to become a candidate for 2022 election was stopped by EACC. You get me?
Who is Justice?
Reason, Justice Juma.
I have no idea who Justice
You don't have
Juma
to know. I'm saying there's somebody you don't know, isn't it? And those people don't know matter more than the one you know.
So they blocked him because of corruption?
No, they just said that his ID, he presented an ID and one figure was missing. that in ID there's a figure which was missing, so they didn't vet him. Simple and technically knocked out.
Prof, let me ask this question. When President Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto were elected, they were ICC inductees.
Yes. So they passed chapter 6 through EACC. So if EACC did their work, they would have never been presidents.
EACC does their work. EACC tends to send a list to the IEBC. IEBC allows those people to start because
now
EACC
do you
does
know the
not
report
determine.
They had no objection. The report was no objection.
What do you mean the report was no objection?
Normally EACC puts an objection or no objection.
To what?
To your application. They had no objection.
No. Are you telling me that the person, the entity or the body that determines whether somebody is fit for candidature is the EACC? Chapter
6, which is required by...
I understand, but what then is the role of IEBC?
So IBC is supposed to use that report to vet you this way or that way. They had no objection. Sakaja, they had no objection about his degree.
Who did not have an objection?
EACC.
No. That information you're giving about Sakaja...
If I'm wrong, Kenyans go and read the report from EACC to IEBC.
I'm not doubting about Sakaja. That's not it. That I do not doubt. I am talking about the list. You're talking about the last election, the one before that EACC sent to the IEBC. A list of individuals who had infractions and who should not have been allowed to stand.
Yeah, they did not object Ruto or Uhuruto. They didn't. Kibaki would have acted on it. Kibaki was the head of state. And they were in government with Raila. I can even tell you, I saw the report from one Sylvester Kasuku. We reviewed that report at the Capitol, Raila's office. And EACC stood and said they had no objection because they had not been indicted. But then you see, where I have a problem with Maraga is that...
Wait, I'm the one who doesn't understand what indictment means.
No, it means because the ICC did not indict them. At the same time, one person have a problem is Maraga. Maraga was the judge on whose file Ruto was having about the Naivasha case. And it is Maraga who declared that Ruto has no case to answer, and that's why these guys were taken to ICC. So Maraga can't come back and say that he's acting on rule of law. And I can give you the case number and the ruling for Maraga. So I can tell you there are so many people sitting who talk nicely for today. Tomorrow they talk differently when it's convenient. Fred Ogola is not this guy. Me, I'll tell you today what I say today. It will be said tomorrow. It will say tomorrow, because when you will go to my burial city, the day you'll see me on my grave, you'll say, I told you the truth when I knew it.
Why do I wait for you to die? See, I can just tell you today.
Yeah, you can tell me if you want to. But I can tell you, my brother, Maraga cannot bring this country back to rule of law because he is the one who did not even say fault with Ruto in the killings of Naivasha. That file was he was the judge. He's the one who did the ruling. And I can give you the ruling number.
So, but wait, you've entered the field, a legal field, and if a judge did not find fault, are you saying that you had information that would have found Ruto guilty?
But how come ICC found an issue Maraga did not find?
I thought courts operate on evidence.
Yeah.
So, for example, if I provide this broken phone and I say it is Professor Gola who broke the phone, I have got to prove that he is the one who broke the phone and not me or anyone
but listen,
else.
When you read the judgment,
so if I don't prove that,
I read the judgment. All the information was there. I'm not having a problem with him not ruling. There was evidence and witnesses. In ICC now, those witnesses that were with Maraga disappeared. ICC released Ruto and Uhuru because there were no witnesses. You hear? Here, Maraga had them.
Actually, that was not the entire case, Professor. Bensouda came to Kenya, and among the things that made it impossible, the government of the day was not cooperative with them.
Yeah.
There's evidence that they needed in country, and our government at that time did not cooperate. This was in the public domain. The papers even wrote about it.
ICC also gave a report on it.
Yes, and that is why those cases haven't actually been terminated. This is the thing that is forgotten. They haven't been terminated.
Okay, let's go to another level, City. Let me ask you a question. You've heard about Singapore being one of the model states that we need to model ourselves, isn't it? Do they have EACC? Does Japan have EACC? Does South Korea has EACC? We don't have to have EACC. We have to have a country which has got moral conscience. And that's why I'm telling you, Mobi. I've moved away from saying I'm running for president because I want to remain the voice of reason for this country, no matter how long it takes. I want to remain the moral conscience of this country because we are being cheated. We do not need ACC blowing 58.5 billion shillings when we can set up a hostel with it. The developed countries don't have these things. In Japan, without even police on the traffic, people follow traffic rules. In Japan, when you are crossing a road, a blind man crosses pedestrian crossing. In Kenya, try. Even with your eyes, they'll knock you. You get me? We just have to not blame just one segment of the economy. Even as Kenyans, we need to blame ourselves. Do you normally cross the pedestrian crossing when you're not supposed to cross when you're driving? Before you blame somebody, what can you do yourself? And it's not start with the president. Of course, the buck stops with him. But we also need to change our mindset as Kenyans. The people who are going to help steal the elections are not Ruto. He won't be in any polling station. He will be stolen on his behalf by very Kenyans who want to have a good life. You get me? The corruption happening in EACC is not being done by the president. But you have to understand why EACC is very close to State House. They are just 200 meters away.
It's not 200, but they're close enough.
They're close enough to do it. You walk. It's a walking distance.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes.
So files can move very fast, isn't it? Do you know many files are investigated in State House, then they brought to EACC just to append a signature?
Prof, there we're going to have a problem because...
No, Kipchumba sits in State House to advise Attorney General. This information we have.
But Prof...
And you can't stop me because what's happening is that, let me tell you, City.
But Prof, when you say things like files are moved... If you're speaking metaphorically, I can understand. But in this day and age...
literally. Sit, let me tell you one thing. And this one...
Do you have evidence to support what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, let's hear it.
Let me tell you, City. Do you know, I've been a professor for 13 years. I've taught 1 million executives and above. Isn't it?
Prof.
In that system, where are they? They are in that system. Whether it's in judiciary, whether they are in EACC, even this guy who was the CEO there, I taught him his stuff.
Prof, I know your credentials. Please answer my question.
So this information is liable. Literally.
No, please answer my question. Do you have evidence to support what you have said?
Yes, let me give you one evidence. How comes any governor who is in good books with the state, their corruption never goes anywhere? Anytime you say the government is corrupt, your file is on top of the table. So when you insult Ruto, your file is on the table. When you say he's a good man, your file goes back to the shelf. It started a long time ago. During Moi gave these guys loans like Orengo, Wakina Mwite, isn't it? Loan by National Bank, KCB, because I worked in the banking sector.
Okay.
Anytime you insulted the president, you are declared bankrupt and you are being auctioned, isn't it? Ukisema kanu na baba na mama, you are now back to
the good books.
Good books, isn't it?
Prof,
it's a system which has been structured from the very day.
We were doing
and even now,
really well.
If you did bad, EACC comes to your office, isn't it? Your home is being raided. You saw Natembea being raided, isn't it? Tawi movement, you saw that. So whenever EACC is a tool for State House to execute what they want.
Prof, you know, I wish we had stuck to the discussion on the economic development, because on that one I kept quiet because you and I are in full agreement.
Because solving a corruption problem, out of the 4.82 trillion in the budget, isn't it?
Yes.
2.02 trillion is going to corruption. That's why control of budget says budgeted corruption.
Well, that I understand.
And with that, if we can't discuss the very gate that can solve corruption but cannot, EACC was put there to know kuna mtu anakupigania mambo ya ufisadi ili usipiganie wewe mwenyewe. Because remember, the civil society used to fight corruption directly without EACC. So the government found it nice to put somebody called EACC they can control. Now EACC will be like, they arrest when they want, and they keep quiet when they should. I've taken 13 petitions to EACC. City, I don't talk out of the blues. I sat down and said that under Kenyatta Senior, this is the evidence now. Under Kenyatta Senior, we lost 600 billion to corruption. Under Moi, in 24 years, we lost 1.2 trillion to corruption. Under Kibaki, 610. Under Uhuru,
610 billion.
Billion. Under Uhuru, 608 billion. Under the current president in that file, 3.7 trillion in 3 years. You get me? I handed that paper.
Is that what we've lost or what we've borrowed?
What we have lost, corruption. I gave that file to the CEO of EACC. I handed the same thing to the Senate, taken by Dan Manzo. Is the media. Check it out. Isn't it? I illustrated what was, for example, the Kitchen Gate scandal, Golden Bag, Anglo-leasing, under each administration and who is culpable. And I asked the Senate to investigate. They have never gotten back to you. EACC never even wrote me a text message after handing it over, isn't it? Why are they ignoring it?
Prof, we have come to the
end.
So
that is the evidence I have. And it's something in the Senate is not something that is a rumor. And the EACC has the report. I can send you the acknowledgement from EACC of receiving my petition.
Okay.
And from the Senate as well. So the same thing, I handed over a petition again to the Parliament on East African Development Bank. It's a kangaroo bank giving to you a nightmare. A kangaroo bank coming to our country, a kangaroo bank whereby directors are in office for 17 years without changing. You get me?
Are they going against the charter and of their own bank?
Why? Who is the regulator for East African Development Bank?
I have no idea.
So they have no regulator. Can you have a bank without regulator? All banks are under central bank. So I'm saying it's a kangaroo bank because it has no regulator. So it has even directors have immunity, even if they rape your daughter. They can I wrote in the petition. Again, you're saying it's there in the petition. They are immune of anything they do. So even if they arrest you and beat him up, they are immune. If they steal money, they are immune. If they commit adultery, they are immune of everything. They have no regulator. We can't have such a bank in a country. That is like God.
Prof.
Okay.
The World Bank functions in the same way the East African Development Bank functions, the African Development Bank.
I know. Let me tell you what happens.
We are coming to an end.
They have a Bretton Woods declaration which regulates it. And when they have a domicile account in a country, they are under that banking regulation.
Okay.
This one doesn't have.
Prof, we've come to the end of the program. Next time, I am going to ensure we just discuss economic issues. And there's a reason why. Because if we are talking politics and the economic issues are not center to that discussion, then everything that we're discussing will not be useful to the country.
Yeah, so allow me just to end by saying that if we do not look at how this economic liberation, which is the third economic liberation, translates into jobs, into industries, into economic reality of the Kenyan people,
yes,
would have just changed governments, and politicians are very happy with that, isn't it? And let us scorecard everybody, including even the people shouting on top of their roof. How much did Gachagua achieve under his half term as a deputy president?
Okay.
All the senators shouting they want to get to government. Let them also check what have they done for the people in the Senate. It is a time for scorecarding people because you can't go to university when you have not passed primary school. So this Vision 2063 is going to higher education without passing primary education. So let us scorecard everybody and let us look for who can lead Kenya to this third economic liberation. And I will also tell you, is one and only
Professor Ogolla.
Thank you.
All right. Remember that from yesterday, that is the 10th, not yesterday, sorry, 10th September, which is coming up in the next couple of days, actually 1 month from now. It's all going to be about the Islamic Finance Forum and Dialogue. And you need to get in touch with us via langopass.com to get your tickets. Na nimesema tickets nyingi, ndio mkuje nyinyi wote msiseme ati ni kama kuna kipendeleo. And you will expect, of course, to have industry leaders, financial institutions, investors and SMEs to have a panel discussion on the practical investments insights and the networking opportunities that do exist. You can call 011-331-1604. Remember, langopass.com. This is a conversation you definitely want to be a part of. It is the Islamic Finance Forum. So jipange mapema before tickets literally run out. Right now, though, here is the news with Winnie Maganga. See you tomorrow morning, bright and early.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul.